San Francisco Bay, heart of the Silicon Valley. Nestled on the eastern shores is the city of Fremont.
Fremont is a city of about 300,000. It's a suburban city.
I remember that when I first got here that it was unusual for us to have maybe one robbery a month.
On March 29th, 1998, all that changed. A brilliant mind devises a devastating plan with the power of the cosmos behind him.
It was shocking. It was an attack against all of us.
His target, the police themselves.
We believe the device was booby-trapped, specifically to kill law enforcement when they were responding.
America's top explosive experts in a race against time.
We were not coming up with what we normally would, the telltale signs of who may have done this.
Will investigators decode the bomber's secrets before it's too late?
Where's the next one going to be? You know, that's really what was going through our heads.
In the dead of night, Craig Steckler is woken from his sleep.
Stay there. Stay there. Stay there.
At his front door, a shocking discovery awaits him.
It wasn't until after this series of events started that the fire captain on the scene told me that we probably had a bomb detonated.
Craig Steckler isn't your ordinary citizen. Steckler is chief of the Fremont Police. On call that night is veteran detective Ken Bingaman.
There was portions of a device still on the front porch of Chief Steckler's home. There was a part of a watch, a timing device, some wiring, parts of a gallon container of fuel that was in a bag, and not all of it was destroyed on this particular device.
Arson investigator Dennis Moore is called to assist.
Basically, to me, it looked more like a firebomb with black powder explosive because it had paint thinner, I believe, and campaign thinner attached to it.
Despite being senior investigators, Bingaman and Moore are shocked by the bomber's brazen actions.
My first thoughts were that somebody was angry at the police department, and not maybe specifically at the chief himself, but because he was the chief, he got the device.
What was most frustrating is, you know, as a police officer, you live with the potential that, you know, you're going to be in danger, but it never reaches past the individual officer and goes to the family.
What the officers didn't know was that the Fremont bomber had only begun. Nine hours after the first explosion, a second Fremont resident makes a terrifying discovery.
I came home from church and I went to the front door and there was a bag sitting on the porch. So I started to pick it up, and then as I looked in, I saw wires. And it registered, wait a minute, there's something wrong with this.
My wife came home, came running into the house saying there's a bag on the front porch. So I went out and looked in the bag. I could see the makings of a bomb.
the Alameda County Bomb Squad is dispatched to the scene. Their job, deactivate the bomb and make sure no one gets killed, including themselves.
We try to get into the mind of the bomber in terms of how the device was constructed so that we have some sense of how to render it safe to keep that bomb from detonating. In this case, we used a water cannon because it was a soft package, if you will.
The cannon fires highly pressurized water at the bomb. The water moves so quickly, detonator wires are knocked off before electricity can pass through them, causing the bomb to explode.
We wanted to try to keep it in its entirety. Having the whole device, we would be able to tell more about the maker of the bomb.
Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole!
Despite best efforts, the bomb explodes during the render-safe procedure. However, investigators do have one important clue. Like Craig Steckler, Bob Wasserman was also a Fremont police chief.
Here is a bomber that is targeting police chiefs. Those are leaders in the police community, if you will.
You have a current and former police chief, victims of bombs at the same time. It was really frightening, and who knows, maybe it'll start happening everywhere.
It was an attack against all of us, not only the chief. It was an attack against every officer that works in this department, and therefore every officer that worked in the state of California as well as the United States.
With police under attack, Special Agent Tom Atterbury from the Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms joins the team.
Gentlemen.
Hello, Dennis Moore.
Anytime there's a bombing incident, ATF treats it very serious, and we immediately respond to assist the state and locals. Well, we first came to the police department and got briefed by the detectives and by the lieutenant who was running the investigations unit at that time. And we knew we had two, bomb scenes. We had one at the chief's house and one at the councilman's house.
Everyone just kind of brainstormed and throwing names up on the board, people that had past problems with the city, or Chief Wasserman specifically, or Chief Steckler.
Obvious connection, both police chiefs of Fremont.
Doesn't make any sense at all,
Is
does
there
it?
something that ties you two together besides being cops?
We were looking at things, perhaps maybe a former employee, a disgruntled employee, and also we were trying to find out any other crimes that might have occurred with either the former chief or the chief, that there might have been a suspect that was involved in that was perhaps held a grudge against them.
Investigators would soon learn the firebombs were only the start of what the bomber had in store for the citizens of Fremont.
Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole!
2 bombs have exploded in Fremont, California. Their targets, senior Fremont police officials.
Here we have Chief Steckler's house, firebomb.
While investigators focus on finding a suspect,
Wasserman, same thing, firebomb.
the bomber prepares to send a message of his own. In the Fremont suburb of Corte del Sol, a young woman lies sleeping.
The owner of the Corte del Sol home was a Taiwanese family who had lived in the country for about a year. It's a blessing that the daughter was upstairs with the door closed sleeping, and she was overcome by smoke, but she wasn't injured, and she got out after the explosions.
The $1 million home is blown off its foundation, a gaping 20-foot hole torn through the kitchen and family room.
And by the grace of God, that night, no one was injured or killed, but it was only because the mother and her son went to pick up a pizza that they'd ordered instead of waiting for it to be delivered to the home.
The most troubling fact, no one living in this house is a police officer. Now, every citizen in Fremont is a potential target. 15 minutes after the Corte del Sol explosion, Fremont police receive a bizarre call.
Fremont Police, 911.
Yes, I found the number. It's 962 Costa del Sol and 44956 Vista del Sol. You will find there is a bomb in the house, and you should be out by 9 o'clock, and the police department will go boom.
There was a bomb, a live bomb, at a specific location just up the hill from Corte del Sol on a street called Vista del Sol. And the instructions were that this bomb was at this address and it needed to be got out of the house by a certain time or else it would blow up. And we went up, started searching the house, and started pulling crawl space doors.
Oh my God. All right, we gotta call this in.
And we found a live device. And at that point, we evacuated the entire neighborhood and called the Alameda County Bomb Squad.
What the investigators don't know is that the Fremont bomber has set a deadly trap.
We believe the device was booby-trapped specifically to kill law enforcement, the bomb squad members, when they were responding.
The only thing that we could do at that particular location was to deploy the water cannon to try to disrupt the firing train, and that's what we did.
Well, they try to knock out a certain part of the device to render it safe and make it inoperable. In this case, when they shot it, we believe that part of it was coated with picric acid. Picric acid is very sensitive to heat shock and friction. And when that happened, we believe that's what caused the detonation of the device, therefore being booby-trapped.
By coating the bomb in picric acid, the bomber had hoped to catch the bomb squad off guard.
That bomb on Villa del Sol, as far as I'm concerned, was designed to kill a technician, the way it was situated, the way it was set up. Fortunately, it didn't.
Another bomb explodes at a nearby water tower. No damage is done to the structure, and no one is injured. In a 24-hour period, 6 bombs have exploded at 5 different locations, and police have no suspects.
Where's the next one going to be? You know, that's really what was going through our heads. We really were frightened about where another device would go off.
Jupiter, the 8th house of death.
With cold calculation, the Fremont bomber plots his next move.
Mercury rising.
Investigators follow up on their only concrete evidence, the shattered remains of the bombs.
Bombers are very intelligent people, so a lot of times they cover their tracks very well and plan things out well in advance. So it's a challenge. And our goal at a post-blast is to recover 100% of the bomb. We don't want to leave anything behind.
Bomb fragments are carefully identified and cataloged. Any single piece may hold the key to revealing the bomber's identity.
You know, a lot of people think that after there's an explosion that everything's gone. It's not. It's out there. It's our job to find it, and that's what we're specifically trained for during post-blast investigations, to find that evidence and submit it to our lab.
Explosive experts search for critical evidence in the blast seat, the precise point where the bomb exploded.
When a bomb goes off, we've got air now that's rushing outward with our device components being blown out of the crater scene. This positive pressure wave, as we call it, lasts for a very short period of time. Once that positive pressure wave diminishes, then we have a negative pressure wave. Now that's important because our lightweight components of a bomb is now sucked back into that blast seat. And that's why it's important for us to find the blast seat, because we know that a lot of our evidence is going to be there.
Evidence recovered from the crime scene is examined by forensic chemist Brad Cooper.
What I'm planning to get out of my examination of the evidence is to identify specifically the size of various types of pipes, the identity of what brands, for example, of watches or clocks that might have been used in a device.
Once identified, the bomb components can be traced to manufacturers and retailers, and possibly to whoever bought them. Working along with the chemist is a fingerprint examiner who checks the debris for impression evidence. Next, the debris is sent to a tool mark examiner. Like fingerprints, tool marks leave unique impressions that can be used to tie a suspect to a bomb. Despite the best efforts of forensic scientists, the bomb debris reveals little about its maker.
We were not coming up with what we normally would, the fingerprints, the tool marks, the telltale signs of who may have done this. And it was because the bomber had took great steps to conceal that from us.
Finding the Fremont Bomber won't be investigators' biggest problem, but stopping him will be.
Fremont police sources say that yesterday ended with bombing the Fremont police chief's home and another bomb at a former chief's house, bombing 2 other residents and a water tower, all within 48 hours.
A bomb placed in someone's home is an act of terrorism. And where you have this type of a terroristic device planted in at someone's home and lights the home on fire with the people inside, that case is classified as an attempted murder.
People are very jittery. They're very on edge, as they should be. There was this unexplained series of 5 bombings and 1 dud bomb found, and there was no apparent link.
What do all these victims have in common with each other? Do they know each other? Somebody out to get them? Has somebody made threats lately to them or called them? Or do they owe somebody money?
The connection between the Steckler and Wasserman bombs was clear. They targeted Fremont police chiefs. After that, things quickly grew murky.
What we were struggling with and what we were trying to tie in is how does this equate to this Taiwanese family? And then a booby trap device found at a house, 50% under construction. What's that owner's tie-in?
Appealing to the public, police set up a tip line, but the bomber remains one step ahead. He has consulted the planets, and they have told him to do the unexpected. Rodney Block walks into Fremont Police Headquarters and presents himself to investigators.
Block, P-L-A-C-H, how do you do?
Hi, good, thanks.
Good to see you. I have some information here which I think may be of interest to you gentlemen here in the police department.
He said he was away during the weekend of the bombings and wanted to make it clear that in case someone thought that he might be a suspect, he was dropping off his package of receipts to show where he had been out of town.
So thanks for coming in, Rodney. I really appreciate it, but I understand you have something for me.
I wanted to show you that personally I'm not involved in this, so I brought some receipts with me to show where I was at the time that the bombings occurred.
The receipts place Block in Anaheim, California at the time of the bombings. But rather than ease police suspicions, Block's actions only serve to pique their curiosity.
Got a whole file of them?
I don't know, I've never had anything like that happen in the time that I've worked a case where somebody voluntarily returns to a city where we've had a crime, out of the blue drops off some receipts where they were. Rodney dropped us a clue.
This is actually this is my file that I've kept on the bombings. So listen, here, anything you want to know, I'm here to help you guys.
Well,
Police question Rodney Block.
What do you know? What could you help us out with here?
Well,
Realizing they face a crafty opponent, a unique interrogation approach is taken.
So Rodney, about the bomb, what can you tell us about it?
Well, that's the interesting thing, you see. The thing about these bombings that it mystified me when I first thought about it.
We're just stroking Rodney's intelligence and his ego, and basically Tom, even though he's bomb, he knows a lot about it, he was just playing like he was clueless and just didn't understand some of these terms.
We spent hours and hours building rapport with him before we started interrogating him, hoping that he would trip up and telling us something that only the bomber would know.
Okay, well, you're a pretty smart guy, Rodney. I understand you know something about bombs.
Yeah, I know a lot about bombs, actually.
Having gained Block's confidence, the investigators ask his opinion on how the bomb was constructed.
This case, and I'm sure it's occurred to you guys as well. How did the bomber move the bombs from point A to point B? And I've got a theory about this, okay? My theory is he used a modular bomb.
you know.
And at that time, Tony May was in the room next to us monitoring everything to see what he could pick out, but Rodney's what he was saying. And all of a sudden with Tony, it's like, that's it. That's exactly what those devices are. So he's telling us what they are.
Now, that was never put out in the newspapers or the TV or the radio. Only he would know that these devices were modular, that you could hook them up at the last minute, transport them safely, hook them up, and then the extended timers on these would count the bomb down. Only he would know that.
And I mean, here you go. It's a schematic drawing, but that's basically a modular, three-wave modular bomb. Now,
But Block proves crafty enough not to provide information that would directly incriminate him.
We haven't released any information on the fact that it was a modular bomb. So, is this a popular bomb or?
well, as a matter of fact, it is a popular bomb. Okay?
Really?
You know, I'm just saying, if I were the bomber,
Right.
I'm not the bomber, but if I were the bomber, this is how I would do it. Okay, this is how I would do it. I would use a modular bomb. And, you know, the guy who did it, well, he's a smart guy.
The interrogation and the interview was a roller coaster. I mean, we were buddies for an hour, and then we were screaming at each other for an hour.
Curiosity here. You're
Well,
really
that's what
helping
I was
us.
hoping to do,
Yeah.
was pique your
Most
curiosity.
Most
okay?
definitely. Now,
Well, listen, now that you've got...
So this was all a big game to Rodney. He felt that he had covered his tracks well enough that he could beat the police and beat the investigators in this case.
And that goes for you guys, too. Are you arresting me or not?
Although investigators have a suspect, they are powerless to hold Block, let alone arrest him.
I appreciate your time.
all right.
You know,
Investigators will soon discover that the Fremont Bomber is their worst nightmare, a criminal trained in forensic science. Unable to arrest Block, police put him under surveillance and hope he doesn't strike again.
Well, the problem was that we didn't have any witnesses that identified Rodney as putting these bombs on these targets because he was out of town. He was in Southern California.
Investigators begin the task of building a case against their only suspect.
The first thing we did was we identified Rodney Block. Who is Rodney Block? Where's he from? What is his background? Once we started doing that, it was very clear that we had somebody that could build a bomb and had the level of knowledge and sophistication to build something like this.
The next step was to establish motive.
We began interviewing witnesses and friends and associates of Rodney Block. It became more apparent that he had a grudge against Chief Steckler and Chief Wasserman.
Motive established, investigators execute a search warrant on Block's home.
So,
What have we got here? Look at one there. This one's open.
Police make a shocking discovery.
Block collected every article or newspaper article or internet article he could find on police officers throughout the United States that were involved in some type of misconduct.
Investigators make several other discoveries, including electronic components similar to those used in the bomb circuit boards.
We found a lot of items that were, similar to what we were finding at the bomb scene, but no smoking gun.
There is one other important find.
He had videos on how to detect a surveillance, how to beat a polygraph. He knew and used a lot of the police techniques in investigation that we use today.
All the more disturbing was one fact. Rodney Block had worked for the Chicago police force as a trace evidence specialist. Despite an exhaustive search, nothing ties Block directly to the bombings. More and more, it looks like Rodney Block might get away with his crime.
Resigned due to corruption in the...
The hunters begin to worry that they are becoming the hunted.
You have to know that when you go home at night that your family's safe. And none of the officers, including myself, that were tightly involved in this investigation felt that safety.
With pressure mounting, ATF investigators pore over bomb debris, searching for a concrete lead.
Basically, what I received in the laboratory were cans and bags of debris items that were collected by the agents and myself, for example. And I would go through those bags using a stereo microscope, seeing if I could find small intact particles of explosive, also looking at the various fragments that might also be there to see if I could identify what they may have originally have come from. And in some of the items of evidence, I found a small circuit board that obviously came from the watch. One of the things I had noticed was the circuit board had some numbers on it. So I talked to the manufacturer and said, I've got this circuit board that's got these numbers here. Can you give me an idea as to what watch or watches this particular circuit board might have come from?
The manufacturer traced the circuit boards to one type of watch. A watch with a very interesting feature.
Guys, I got something right here.
What do you got?
The watch's alarm could be set up to a year in advance.
This watch is called the anniversary watch. And what makes it the anniversary
Suddenly, investigators realize how ingenious Block's plan is.
Really?
Yes.
With the ability to plant his bomb a year in advance, Block made sure he was out of town when the bombs exploded. A seemingly airtight alibi.
Could have been there up to a year prior.
So our friend Rodney doesn't have an alibi after all.
No, it's all out the window.
Our laboratory determined that Casio made a watch that's called an anniversary date watch with 365-day countdown timer on it. When we determined that, when our laboratory determined that, we had to go back and rethink how these bombs got in there a lot earlier than we thought.
Investigators review the entire timeline of the case.
One of our biggest problems was how could he have gotten a bomb of that size, 2 of them, in that house without ever being detected?
They now theorize that Block entered the Taiwanese family's house during its construction. Using a mock-up of the bomb, investigators reconstruct the crime scene.
We went back out to the house, pulled the floor up, and we were able to determine that the device was confined to a set of rafter joists and were actually suspended up off the floor. And when we began examining the floor of this house to determine how that could happen, we found that just underneath the subfloor is a netting material that holds insulation. And that netting we determined was the perfect location for somebody to secrete a bomb underneath the house, between a floor joist, and even individuals that were sent in to clean this house or clean the subfloor of this house prior to any family moving in it would not have detected the device.
But why would Block bomb a Taiwanese family with whom he had no known connection?
Another family that Rodney had a grudge against, the Sadistic family,
Yeah, he's the guy who threatened me.
were initially supposed to buy that house on Corte del Sol. So he plants these bombs under the house, he sets the timer, and they're ticking down, every month. Well, in the meantime, the Sadiqs back out of that deal and they don't buy that house, and a Taiwanese family does. Well, by that time, the house is fully constructed. He can't get back in physically and get those devices out of there.
Block suddenly finds that his well-crafted plan has hit a major obstacle.
The walls are up, the doors are locked, he can't get back in to remove them, so he has to leave them in there. And the people that he bombed weren't even his targets. And that just shows you the level of ruthlessness that Rodney has, to possibly kill or maim innocent people that he didn't even have a grudge against.
Everywhere around him, Block saw conspiracies.
Rodney was frustrated. He spent a lot of money and a lot of time investigating frivolous investigations with no merit. One of his conspiracy theories was that black helicopters were flying into the Fremont Hills, dropping off large amounts of cocaine and heroin and illegal weapons, and then these drug trafficking organizations were, going out and dealing in drugs and narcotics under the blind eye of the chief of police.
Officer, I want to speak to you. It's about a very important matter.
Rodney went to the chief of police numerous times making complaints, and they looked into it. It was without merit, and they moved on. That frustrated him that nothing was done because he thought these investigations were very important.
See you later. All right, give us a call. Hey, you, real estate lady. Hey.
Rodney was also looking at the Sadistic family, and another one of his conspiracy theories without merit was that the Sadiqs were into fraudulent real estate.
I'd like my money back.
Excuse me?
It's crumbling. The foundation is ruined. Is this such an outrage to ask for my money back?
It's a house, for heaven's sake, you bought a house.
It's half the house. It's a house that's falling apart. Maybe you knew it was like that when I bought it, but I didn't know it was like that when I bought it. I didn't find that out until now. Now when it's falling apart, and I want my money back.
And that's why you bought the house after looking at it?
Listen, I don't like your attitude, okay? And I know what else you've been up to, okay?
Excuse me?
I know I've been following you.
You've been following me?
Yeah, I've been following you, and I know what you're up to.
Frustrated, Block decides to take action himself against both the police and others he feels are committing criminal acts.
You're not going to get away with it.
Rodney Block comes up with a vicious plan.
It was on a Sunday night at around 8 o'clock. Most people are home on Sunday night around 8 o'clock. It was a Muslim holiday when he set these bombs to go off.
Block planted the bombs under the dining room, a place he knew the family would gather for dinner, and a place he knew his bombs would do maximum damage. Investigators have finally established links between Block and his victims. But they still need concrete proof he's the Fremont Bomber, and getting it will require a bizarre twist of fate.
But maybe you're thinking I had something to do with it myself, so, just to get that out of the way.
Having established motive, investigators begin tearing apart Rodney Block's alibi.
To show where I was at the time that the bombings occurred, here's a good one. It's from the Fairfield Inn. I was there on the night one of the bombs went off.
There was a lot of holes, though, in Rodney's story. Rodney couldn't account for close to 40 hours of where he was when the bombs were going off, but yet he could account for exactly where he was a couple days before the bombings and 2 or 3 days after the bombings. But there was a large window when the bombings were occurring that he could not account for where he was at. And he refused to account for where he was at.
Well, listen, I've given you some information.
Block's cell phone is critical to the investigation.
Well, why don't you give him your cell phone number?
No, listen.
We were also able to tell from the cell phone records that during the evening, just before the bombings occurred, he traveled north on Highway 5, 1 hour away from the motel he was staying at, in the direction back up towards Fremont. So we were able to determine exactly where he was when he made that phone call. And it wasn't at the hotel. He was headed back up towards the Bay Area.
Yes, I found the number, 96.
Police analyzed the 911 call that tipped them to the booby-trapped bomb at Vista del Sol.
That you will find a bomb inside the house.
We went back and listened to the tape. It was determined through the investigation that he used a voice modulator to disguise his voice. We could still tell that it was Rodney Block that made the phone call based on the way he talks, rhythm of his voice, the way he pronounces certain words.
With motive and opportunity established and Block's alibi negated, police finally make their move. But with no hard evidence, will they be able to convict the man they suspect is the Fremont Bomber?
Fremont Police Department, you are under arrest.
Rodney Block is arrested and charged with attempted murder.
I know. All right, fine, let's go.
no, I'm not a bomber. I've never hurt anybody in my life.
Even from jail, Block remains defiant.
There is no doubt that the Fremont Police Department has initiated a set of actions designed to silence me.
Knowing their case is largely circumstantial, investigators must tie Block directly to the bombs. The job of identifying the bomber's signature falls to Dr. Brian Andresen.
And I was given the task to what's called retro-engineer. Take the board apart, identify the components, and see how they all fit together to do some sort of an operation.
Painstakingly, Andresen rebuilds Block's circuit boards, revealing an ingenious design.
So the sequence of events appear to have been initiated with a watch, which makes a beep into a circuit that could turn on a relay. And when the relay closed, the battery pack turned on through a spark plug the detonator. So this whole sequence of events was all set up in a modular way. And is also, you can imagine from the safety point of view, you can set up the bomb and at the very end have little connectors and you plug in your timing circuit so that it's safe to do this, so that you're not actually walking around with a timer that's counting down hooked to a high explosive.
Next, scientists must establish that the same individual is responsible for all 5 bombs. An obvious link was the fact that the same type of watch was used on all the devices, but there were other similarities.
Since we had 6 bombs, we took each bomb individually. And it was working through the bombs that way that we determined that we had 6 bombs that had similar components that were most likely built by the same individual.
Investigators discovered that the bomber consistently used the same components and techniques in making the bombs. Specialized connectors were used to make the bombs modular. A piece of each connector was cut away to make soldering easier.
Now, the way the wire was attached to the back of the Casio watch was the same way that the wire was attached to the spark plugs on the Corte del Sol and Vista del Sol bomb. Another signature that this particular builder liked, when he made wire connections, instead of twisting wires together and using tape, he would lay wires on top of each other, solder them, and then cover that with heat shrink tubing. At the search warrant at the house in San Diego, we found a fan that he had repaired, laying wires on top of each other, soldering them, and then heat shrinking those together, which was the same way he made connections to the wires in the bombs.
Without a doubt, the same individual is responsible for all the Fremont bombings, but there is still no hard proof incriminating Rodney Block. That is, until fate intervenes. While making a court appearance, Block is recognized by another prisoner. The chance encounter provides the tip investigators have been searching for.
Hey, I know that guy. I've seen him before. I know who he is.
This prisoner thinks he may have something useful.
Oh, yeah? What do you got?
Well, you know the guy you brought down earlier?
Yeah.
Well, I recognize him from about 2 years ago.
From where?
Well, I ran into him out of a storage locker.
Okay.
On 123 Vine Street.
Thanks, officer.
Police are about to discover that the Fremont bombers' deepest secrets are beyond their wildest imagination.
Yeah, let's do it.
Desperate for concrete evidence proving Rodney Block is the Fremont bomber, police gamble that a jailhouse tip will lead them to Block's secret lair.
We couldn't wait to get the door open off on the storage locker, but we had to stop and go through the proper procedure in case this was maybe a booby trap. I was hoping to find the evidence that we needed to show us Rodney Block was definitely our bomber.
A search warrant was obtained for the storage unit, and it was like a gold mine. There was diagrams of bombs, there was detailed writings, there was the exact same type of low explosive smokeless powder stored in the storage locker that was used in the bombings.
We found end caps of bombs with holes drilled in them where spark plugs were inserted in the end of the end caps.
What was really scary and really gave us a lot of problems was Rodney was planning on doing 3 additional bombings that he never did, that he had diagram plans for. One of the bombings was the Fremont Police Department. Another place that he was looking at blowing up was a financial institution in Walnut Creek, using a Oklahoma City type ammonium nitrate fuel oil bomb to blow that building up. And the third was a family in Seattle that sold him his house in Fremont, and he blamed them because the house he claimed had a cracked foundation. So not only did he do the bombings in Fremont, he was planning to do additional. This is a very dangerous man.
Finally, investigators have hard evidence. Now they must link it to Block. Key amongst the evidence are several circuit boards found in the storage locker. Brian Andresen compares the boards with those recovered in the bomb scenes.
From the bare circuit board, one can find how people soldered, and it turned out, instead of soldering on the normal side where you have copper foil, individual actually put the components through the wrong side and soldered on the non-metal side of the board. All of the bombs and all the timing circuits were done that way. It was pointing to a signature technique that somebody had, which I felt was a beginner's circuit board technique.
Perhaps the most damning evidence comes from the hand of Rodney Block himself. Odd documents that no officer can decipher.
The most important thing, which I think made the case, was all of his astrology documents. We didn't really mess with them because we didn't know what they were.
Investigators turned to astrologer Victoria Fennell Hill for help in decoding Block's cryptic notations.
I looked at the documents and they were all handwritten, very complex astrological symbols and what we call glyphs. There were charts intermixed with English as well as the symbols.
A psychological portrait of Block soon appears.
He's a very intelligent human being, very knowledgeable, well-read as far as the darker side of the occult. You could tell from his writings that he was also very meticulous. He detailed everything from if he met someone to have a cup of coffee, he would set up a chart for that.
Block had relied heavily on astrology when planning his crimes.
He was interested in Mercury, and he wanted to wait and put the bombs down in September when Mercury was retrograde, and then actually have the detonation in March, several months later, again when Mercury was retrograde, because astrologers believe that when Mercury is retrograde that sometimes communications gets a little bit fouled up. There's confusion when it comes to paperwork. And from the documents, it was obvious that he thought that having Mercury retrograde would cause confusion in the police.
When finally decoded, Block's notes are a virtual confession.
Here he writes visions of rafters, and this was August 10th. Between Sunday and Monday, he apparently puts here at 4 a.m., August 11th. And that's when we believe he got the idea to put the bombs under the rafters or the floor joists of the house. And he put safe for me.
To a jury, Block's astrological writings are like a daily diary. Combined with the investigative evidence and the forensic science presented during the trial, Rodney Block is found guilty of all charges, including 2 counts of attempted murder.
I remember running out of the courthouse and immediately calling family members and letting them know over the cell phone that Rodney had been convicted on all counts and gotten the maximum sentence for his event.
And then when we convicted him, it was a load off of our shoulders, and I think off of the citizens of Fremont also. We had a very dangerous individual who not only did bombings, but was planning on doing more.
It has changed me. I'm much more guarded than I used to be. It's been a number of years now, so I'm becoming a little bit more relaxed with it, but I lived in fear for a long time afterwards.
I can't get inside Rodney's mind, and frankly, I wouldn't want to be there. But whatever was going on there, Somehow this combustible mixture of his intelligence and his paranoia and an almost obsessive compulsive disorder, focusing on these families and these details and all this interweaving of information, just finally led to this 3-day string of bombings.
Rodney Block is sentenced to 37 years in jail. For investigators and victims, a 3-year battle has finally come to an end. Toronto, Canada. For many immigrants, Toronto is the gateway to the Western world and the life they've dreamed of. A dream some would do almost anything to get. Great Lakes College, a private preparatory school for Asian teenagers. The school is owned by Thomas Koo, a successful businessman originally from Taiwan. Like most nights, Koo works late before heading home. But this night would not be like most nights. Thomas Koo fails to notice he is being followed.
He was a very flamboyant individual. He liked luxury. He was very social, and he had a lot of friends and a lot of business partners.
A wealthy businessman vanishes.
That kind of thing, it certainly causes you pause and to think about who are we dealing with here.
A desperate manhunt.
We were very concerned about his safety, and we wanted to make sure that we get him to whatever medical help he needed as soon as possible.
And an investigation that will require the country's top forensic experts. Can police win the desperate race to find Thomas Koo before it's too late? At their home, Gary Koo and his mother eagerly await the return of Thomas. Gary and his father are to go to a car dealership that evening to pick up a new car.
Dad's car's home.
Checking the driveway once more, Gary is surprised by what he sees. His father's car is there, but his father is nowhere to be found. The family grows concerned and contacts police.
That one detail is enough to say there's something wrong, because as we know, normal people just don't park the car in the driveway and not go in the house or at least announce that they're home.
Cowan interviews the Koo family and learns unsettling news.
Mrs. Koo and his son related the fact that he was a diabetic and he had a minor heart issue. That caused us concern.
Police conduct a search of Koo's neighborhood.
It wasn't beyond the realm of possibility that he got out of the car, wasn't feeling well, went for a walk, and collapsed in the field, and perhaps he was laying out there.
But Thomas Koo is nowhere to be found.
I took it upon myself to do a cursory search of the residence, which is not uncommon in these kind of investigations. I was basically going through the house by myself, looking for things that would indicate as to possible reasons that he wasn't home.
Cowan searches the house for anything out of the ordinary.
Things like clothing, suitcases, toothbrush, personal effects, passports, cash, car keys, anything that was out of place, signs of a struggle, domestic problems, unheard telephone messages, things like that.
One clue leaps out at Cowan. A plane ticket to China in Mr. Koo's name.
Mrs. Koo, is this your husband's passport here?
Yes. Yeah,
This is my husband's ticket. He's supposed to go tomorrow.
On a business trip?
Yeah, it's a very important business trip.
But Thomas Koo would never make his flight.
With him not showing up for this flight, which would have cost his business and himself personally a lot of money, made me think that that this was a very urgent matter.
All right, everyone, listen up. We got a lot of ground to cover and not a lot of time. We have a missing person, and Mr. Thomas.
With no leads to go on, a team of investigators is assigned to the case.
These kind of investigations are like throwing a rock into a pond, where you have the eccentric circles that start at the center, and that was our center focal point, was the house.
Have you noticed any suspicious activity with Mr. Koo lately? Have you seen him around?
As the search for Thomas Koo widens, from the house to the neighborhood and to Great Lakes College, the answer is always the same. No one has seen or heard from Thomas Koo. Despite intensive efforts on their part, investigators always arrive at a dead end. The examination of Koo's car reveals nothing.
We had his credit cards monitored, and we weren't seeing any activity on the credit cards. It was very disturbing.
Concerned for the diabetic man's health, Cowan appeals to the public for help.
48-year-old Thomas Koo vanished mysteriously on May 15th. Soon after Koo's mysterious disappearance, investigators set up around-the-clock police guard outside his Mississauga home.
It's not a common thing for somebody with the type of background that he has to just disappear with no trace, because he does have a lot of business that he's supposed to run.
But before the public can respond, the case turns sideways.
Hello?
狗太太吗？
对，我就是。
狗太太，你听清楚了。
Thomas Koo is a kidnap victim.
不在我们这边，给50万。
But police would soon learn that there is far more to the case than just kidnapping. After a massive investigation, police discovered that Thomas Koo has been kidnapped.
It was approximately 10 o'clock at night that I received a call from my office saying that Mr. Koo's wife had received a ransom call.
什么？
等我们的通知。
At that time, obviously, that took the case to the next level. Luckily, Mrs. Koo had the presence of mind to star 69, the telephone, which gave her the phone number.
The call is traced to a suburban phone booth.
I had officers attend the phone booth where that call came from. Of course, the phone booth was secured, and the area was checked, and we had our forensic team go out there and do a forensic analysis on the phone booth for any evidence that possibly may still be there.
Hoping the kidnapper has made a critical error, Forensic Identification Officer Dave Emberlin dusts the phone booth for prints.
Typically, on a phone booth, we would use black fingerprint powder on the doors, exterior, interior, and then we would use a silver or a white powder on the actual hand receiver because they're black, and black powder wouldn't work on that.
4 fingerprints are discovered on the phone booth's right-hand door.
So we have a cluster of fingerprints that were developed. They're circled, they're labeled.
Could these prints lead to the kidnapper's identity? Investigators begin the search.
The process is using this machine, which is called AFIS, stands for the Automated Fingerprint Identification System. First thing we do is we want to scan in our fingerprint that we lifted from the telephone booth.
The fingerprint is mapped and the data entered into a computer. There it is compared with the fingerprints of known criminals. A list of potential suspects is returned. But all the possible kidnappers are quickly ruled out based on one critical factor. None speaks Mandarin. With each passing hour, concern grows for Thomas Koo. He has been days without his diabetic medicine, and police are no closer to finding him.
Thomas Koo vanished mysteriously on May 15th. A few days later, the phone call started. The kidnappers demanding a ransom.
Paying a ransom is not a guarantee by any means that you're going to get the person back alive.
His secretary called you and said he was coming home. And you waited here?
Mrs. Koo, from the onset, showed the gravest concern for her husband. She was able to keep her wits about her, which was very important because we needed her assistance. And, you know, she was holding it together. And I think she did that for the kids, too.
Worried for the safety of the other family members, the Koos are put under police protection.
We actually moved somebody into the house to stay there and to monitor phone traffic.
All right, guys, give me some good news. Anything else from the street?
Nothing to report. Nothing unusual in the neighborhood, sir.
Hoping that it will lead them
everybody?
to the perpetrators, investigators search for the reasons behind the kidnapping.
We were looking for somebody who had some sort of motive, and what was it? Was this a hate against the family? Was this motivated by money? Just because there's been a ransom demand doesn't mean that, you know, that it's all about money.
Who would want to kidnap Thomas Koo and why? Investigators look deeper into his personal life.
We found, in looking into Mr. Koo's business dealings and the past, we found that he was a very flamboyant individual. He liked luxury. He was very social, and he had a lot of friends and a lot of business partners. He did have enemies. He had enemies in the business world. He was in obvious competition business-wise.
Were Koo's business dealings the reason for his kidnapping? A tip to a local newspaper supports the suspicion.
Got a call, an anonymous call from a former employee at Mr. Koo's private school. Basically, you know, the message was, you know, come and talk to the students there because there's something, you know, maybe related to the kidnapping. And what we learned was, you know, there was quite a bit of dissatisfaction among the students about the program at the school, the facility. They described the facility as shady. And they were not happy with the services they received. They felt they were oversold by the recruiters.
2 years.
Could conditions at the school be the motive for the kidnapping of Thomas Koo? Before investigators can delve deeper, the case takes another turn.
Hello?
古太太吗？
是，我是。
你听清楚了？
什么？明天？
在太古广场后面。
Once more, Mrs. Koo is greeted by the voice of the kidnapper. She asks to speak with her husband.
Is he safe? Can I talk to him?
The kidnapper refuses and delivers his ransom demand. The kidnapper tells Mrs. Koo that a package is waiting for her at a Chinese mall. Inside are specific instructions for her to follow.
Wait. Wait.
Detective Cowan, we got the call.
Tracing the kidnapper's call, police discover he has used the same phone booth.
That was a break for us, and it was a very likely possibility that they might use the phone a third time. And we set up a schedule to monitor that phone booth 24 hours a day in static surveillance.
Next, investigators retrieve the package the kidnapper has left for Mrs. Koo.
It was a small box that was wrapped in brown packing tape.
The kidnapper has used a puzzle box to deliver his message.
Inside was a note that was written in Mandarin, which had to be translated. And there was a key with a keychain, and the keychain had a red K.
The keychain belonged to Mr. Koo. For investigators, it is a small hint as to just how dangerous the kidnapper will prove to be. The kidnapper has delivered a ransom demand for Thomas Koo. But with little to go on, can investigators find the diabetic man before it's too late?
Mr. Koo's kidnapping, was on the front page of all the Chinese dailies here in Toronto, like for the entire duration of his disappearance. I think it's a classic kidnapping case that we've read about or heard about. I came from Hong Kong, and those are the typical kidnapping cases we would see in the media there.
To assist in the translation of the ransom note, Detective Sergeant Edward Chong, a Mandarin-speaking officer, is called in.
And you probably never thought I have friends in Toronto.
So we invited your husband to come for a visit. You think my brothers and my friends will let you live peacefully? You think about it. Use these couple of days. Will you be smart?
Don't tell those dumb cops. If not, we won't be happy, and everybody will not be happy. Yep.
The note suggests that the kidnappers are in China, and that a nation gang in Canada is doing their work.
What do you mean by that?
Gave us a good idea about the mindset, or at least what the kidnappers wanted us to think. The fact that they were intimidating the family by saying that they were in China and that they had a gang in Toronto that could do their bidding.
Son, we're doing everything we can to find your father, believe me.
The Forensic Identification Unit took the note, the box, and the key, and performed several processes on those items to look for fingerprints, DNA, anything that would lead to identifying maybe another piece of evidence later on, or identifying the culprits.
Fingerprints are found on the ransom note, but once again, the computer cannot find a match.
Yeah.
3 days have passed with no word from the kidnappers.
Yeah. All right.
With every second, police grow increasingly worried for the health and safety of Thomas Koo. Finally, investigators get the break they've been hoping for. A man enters the phone booth and dials a number.
The surveillance officers noticed a male Oriental approaching the phone booth in a suspicious manner. He was looking from side to side. He was very concerned, very skittish about his surroundings.
Hello? Wei?
Wei? Hello? 说话.
But the sudden stopping of a car spooks the jumpy suspect.
Hello? Wei?
Wei?
The surveillance team follows the suspect to a North Toronto home.
We were extremely cautious to move on this house because we didn't know if Mr. Koo was being held in this house and if they could cause him harm before we could get to him. Or was Mr. Koo being held at a remote location that required a caregiver, and were we about to arrest the caregiver and take away any sort of necessities of life for the victim? And then you're counting on the fact that they're going to tell you where he is before his food, water, air runs out.
Hoping to catch the kidnappers off guard, police decide to launch a precision raid. Their goal? To secure the house as quickly as possible and rescue Thomas Koo before the kidnappers can react.
They went in the house, they kicked the front door, and then they found themselves in a situation that was unexpected.
Please don't move! Don't move! Put your hands up there!
Police have just raided an Asian rooming house.
I expected to find maybe an upstairs apartment or a basement apartment, 2 or 3 people living in the residence, just gauging by the cars in the driveway. Of course, when we walked in, we found 11 people in the residence, all in different rooms that were apparently not associated with one another.
But what police do not find in the house is what they want most: Thomas Koo himself. Hoping to find kidnapped victim Thomas Koo, police raid an Asian rooming house. But instead of Koo, they find multiple suspects. Randy Cowan is sure that one of them knows where Koo is. And finding out who that person is may save the diabetic man's life. One by one, the suspects are interviewed. At the same time, police search the rooming house. One room provides multiple clues.
We found the victim's watch in a little drawer in a table beside the bed. It was wrapped in plain white paper. We also found the original ransom note that was initially found in the empty puzzle box.
The 2 men who occupied the room become investigators' prime suspects: Feng Wang and Xiang Suo.
Is he a student at Great Lakes College?
Both Suo and Wang had studied at Great Lakes College, where they met Thomas Koo.
哎，在学校里面不要抽烟嘛，对你身体不好，知不知道？
The 2 students are not at all the violent kidnappers police were expecting to confront.
They were very quiet. They stayed in the room most of the time, and they didn't really socialize a lot with other people. They appeared to be quite hardworking, and they didn't really live a lavish lifestyle because, you know, they were staying in a rooming house.
The new evidence is dusted for fingerprints.
By finding the one accused fingerprint on the actual ransom note and both accused fingerprints on the paper that was wrapped around the victim's watch is pretty damning evidence that they are connected to our missing person.
The 2 suspects are investigators' only link to Thomas Koo. Any hope of safely rescuing the man now depends on getting a confession.
Did you know Mr. Koo's family at all? He has a son that's your age.
Polygraph and interrogation expert Doug Grozier is brought in.
When you are in an interview room and you can appeal to that person's moral consciousness of guilt, you can appeal to their sense of doing the right thing, when that feeling overwhelms the fear of repercussions, that's usually when a person will confess.
But Grozier has one problem. He doesn't speak the language of his suspects. Edward Chong acts as his translator.
Both Suo and Wang speak Mandarin, so that's the dialect I used to speak to the both of them. I actually believe they both understand, or they both understood English fairly well. They used the language barrier as a defense mechanism to avoid speaking directly to the police.
Knowing Ku's life may hang in the balance, investigators begin a marathon 24-hour interrogation, hoping to break the 19-year-old Suo.
I think with the two suspects, as with most scenarios, there's always the leader and a follower. I think it's fair to say Wang is somewhat of a follower. Just the nature of his personality makes him more of a follower than a leader. And Suo, in my view, was the leader in this group of two people.
他非常危险，他的家人很想找到他。你可以。
Grosier and Chang continue to hammer away at Suo.
你不认识他吗？
Finally, he cracks.
He said everything.
Suo admits the two boys followed Ku home and approached him in his driveway. They overpowered Ku, forcing him into the trunk of their car. Suo claims that they drove Ku to a train station, where he was handed over to a mysterious figure from the Chinese underworld.
They indicated that there was basically a dark figure from organized crime or the triad. He called him Big Brother Liu, who put them up to this and forced them to do this.
The story didn't make sense to me. Well, he was saying things like, you know, I don't know who the person was that I gave him to. I don't know where he went. I don't know what car he left in. None of those things made any sense considering the fact that they were the ones approached to do the abduction. So it just didn't sound like it was a plausible theory about what happened.
He said this glue put them up to this and forced them.
Grosier and Chang press Suo for the truth.
Where is Mr. Ku?
When Suo sticks to his story, Grosier and Chang play a long shot.
We told him that there's a surveillance camera at that train station, and we're in the process of seizing that our surveillance tape.
The interviewers know they have Suo cornered, but hope fades quickly when Suo decides not to talk.
The story once already, he's gonna change again. You watch. There's no organized guy, Lou.
Investigators are at a crucial point in the interview. Thomas Ku, a diabetic, has been without medication for 2 weeks. They have two choices: to keep pressing for the truth or offer a deal to the kidnappers.
What's he telling you guys?
He's not telling us the whole story. He's lied to us once already.
At that point, our main concern was for the safety of Mr. Ku. He has illnesses that requires regular medication, and he had been missing for a period of time.
And we discussed the pros and cons of inducing the statement or getting a statement that would be legally admissible but may help find the victim. And it was agreed upon at that time that the priority was to find Mr. Ku alive.
Before investigators can offer Suo a deal, they discover that the hours of interrogation have paid off. Suo has decided to talk.
好吧，那我跟你说实话，说发生的一切。
Kind of dragged on a little bit before he would tell us what exactly happened. But eventually, I just asked him if Mr. Ku is still alive.
古先生现在还生存吗？
And he indicated no.
The next question that I had as an interviewer was, well, if he's not alive, do you know who killed him?
古先生现在还
And the
生存。
response from Mr. Schwoll was, it was me.
While investigators now know the fate of Thomas Ku, they are soon to discover there is more to the story than what Suo is telling them. With the admission that Thomas Ku is dead, what was initially a kidnapping suddenly becomes a murder. For the investigating team, the news of Thomas Ku's death is a bitter ending.
When we finally had to come to grips with the fact that the victim that we had held out hope for 3 weeks, to be alive and to be able to execute a rescue and return him to his family, when we found out that yes, they had killed him, it sucked the life right out of the team.
Rozier now presses Swo for details. Reluctantly, Swo recounts how he and Wang approached Thomas Koo in his driveway. The two boys then put their plan into action. Retreating to an isolated motel, they bind and gag Koo. Leaving him in the trunk of the car, they prepare to make their ransom demands. Knowing that Mr. Koo is a diabetic, they periodically check on him. Suddenly, the boys' scheme goes terribly wrong. Thomas Koo has died. They must come up with an alternate plan, and fast. They drive to a remote location and dispose of the body. Despite Koo's death, the boys decide to continue with their ransom demands. Swo claims Koo's death was simply a terrible accident.
He said everything is an accident. They didn't mean to get that far.
They kidnapped a guy without masks, a guy that knows who they are. What are they going to do? Their intent, in my mind, was to kill them all alone.
Police believe that Thomas Koo's death was an act of cold-blooded murder, and they will do everything they can to prove it. Fang Wang and Xiang Swo are charged with murder. Police begin to build their case.
It's common in homicide cases to do a visual examination, very cursory, of the accused.
I noticed 4 faint scars, kind of in a circular pattern, which indicated to me that they were teeth marks. On the bottom side of the arm, there was no other teeth marks, which is kind of odd because if someone bites somebody, you're going to use your upper and lower teeth.
Suspecting that the bite marks were made by Thomas Koo during the kidnapping, Emberlin photographs them for future reference. Next, investigators launch a massive search for Thomas Koo's body. But finding his remains proves difficult.
Even though the accused had given us a location, they weren't specific.
Glenn Turpin and the K-9 unit of the Ontario Volunteer Emergency Response Team is called in to assist.
Dogs are specifically trained to find human remains and only human remains.
The dogs search the roadside, looking for a scent.
What happens is the wind will blow whatever direction and will force the scent off of that article or the remains, and it splays out or it expands in a cone type of direction. So the dog will find that scent wall and then work his way in the cone back to the source. So you'll see the dog actually working back and forth, side to side, and getting tighter and tighter until he actually finds the item. And it's a hunting skill. It's how they find their food in the wild. It's a natural hunting technique that they would use. Good. Search. Yes. 快点，快点，用力点。
Arriving in a clearing, the search team makes a grisly discovery. Swo has withheld a key detail. The body of Thomas Koo has been cremated.
3100 control, can you advise?
Investigators can't help but wonder what else Swo has forgotten to tell them. In a shocking turn of events, investigators arrest 2 students in the kidnapping and death of their headmaster, Thomas Koo. Xiang Suo and Feng Wang claim the death is accidental. Police believe it is cold-blooded murder and that the pair burnt Koo's body to hide the evidence. Investigators return to Suo and Wang's room.
We found an 11-liter empty water bottle that contained traces of gasoline. When you removed the lid, the smell of gasoline was overpowering. We found bits of ash scattered all over the pillowcases on the bed, as well as ash was on the exterior of this white nylon coat that was found on the floor.
The evidence gathered from the room is proof Suo and Wang cremated Koo. Now, police must discredit the pair's story that Koo died accidentally. They turn to forensic scientists for help.
In this case, the time of death was everything. We were originally dealing with a kidnapping, and so we wanted to be able to prove as to whether or not Mr. Koo was killed immediately, shortly afterwards, or perhaps in the 2-week time period that we were dealing with before the investigation progressed.
Insects nesting in the corpse prove a crucial discovery. The life cycle of an insect is an accurate means of establishing time of death. Specimens are gathered and sent to a forensic laboratory. The victim's remains are then turned over to a forensic anthropologist. Her first job is to establish whether the cremated body is in fact Thomas Koo.
Remains have to be cleaned of all of the adhering tissue, be it decomposed or burned. The bones would be disarticulated at the joints and put into a pot to boil until there was no longer any tissue on them.
After the bones are cleaned, they're inventoried. Next, the anthropologist studies the bones to determine the victim's sex, height, and age. Playing a key role in establishing age is what is known as the sternal end of the rib.
The changes that occur here, and you can see that it's kind of deep and the walls are a little thin, can be quantified and compared to a database of known age individuals. And this type of change at this end of the rib is typical of a middle-aged or older middle-aged individual.
The skull is examined for clues to the victim's ethnicity.
The nasal area, which is quite flattened, and the nasal bones are quite broad. The face itself is also quite broad in relation to the skull. These are Asian features.
While the general description fits that of Thomas Koo, it is not a positive identification.
See, we have the postmortem of the deceased here, and we have the antemortem pre-death x-rays of Mr. Koo here, and what we're looking
Because
for...
teeth are the hardest substance in the body, they often survive fires intact. The skull and jaw of the victim are sent to a forensic odontologist for examination.
And there are some other things that are common between the two sets of... In the Koo case, I was asked to do 2 things. First of all, to make sure that the body that was found was Mr. Koo. To do this, we take x-rays, radiographs, post-mortem, and we compare them to x-rays that are obtained from Mr. Koo's dentist. And we look for points of concordance in our comparison. In this case, in the Koo case, I managed to say with a high degree of certainty that this deceased person was indeed Mr. Koo. Gently express it through the lower teeth. And so
Dr. Wood must also prove that the bite mark found on the suspect was inflicted by Thomas Koo.
And making a comparison between his teeth, in this case his upper teeth, and a bite mark which the police found on an assailant.
A cast of Thomas Koo's teeth is made by placing a tray filled with impression material against the jaw. The model is then scanned into a computer, where it is compared with the bite mark on Suo's arm. Wood concludes that Koo could have made the bite marks, but one question still remains.
Why didn't we see the lower teeth? I think perhaps the reason we didn't see the lower teeth is that in the act of subduing Mr. Koo, an arm was put around Mr. Koo's head. In that act, it's very likely that they pushed the lower lip over Mr. Koo's teeth, and Mr. Koo bit down, using his teeth as a weapon to try and escape, and may have indeed bit through his lower lip. But since he was incinerated, at least partly, and decomposed, we'll never know that.
Is the evidence strong enough to support a charge of murder? Suo and Wang claim that Koo died accidentally the night of the kidnapping. But is that really what happened? Can police disprove their story? To verify the time of death, a forensic entomologist grows maggots from the larvae collected from within the victim.
What the entomologist will do then is, with the live maggots that we're dealing with, is she'll rear them until they reach adulthood, and she'll have the ability at that point to define what they are, what type of particular fly, and then go back to a lot of the examination when we give her the temperature for the area, for example, and she can realistically tell us very accurately the time of death.
The forensic entomologist determines that Koo was dead within 12 hours of his kidnapping. The time of death corroborates Suo and Wang's version of events. But did Koo simply die as they claim, or was he the victim of premeditated murder? Investigators hope that Thomas Koo himself will provide the answer.
Unfortunately, because of the decomposition of the remains, and we were dealing with remains that were relatively skeletonized, the cause of death could not be determined. To actually follow through with a first-degree murder conviction and take it all the way through a trial without a cause of death is unfortunately one of these things that's impossible to do. And if you don't have cause of death, that's obviously going to be a major concern for the jury.
It was a complete shock to both accused when Mr. Koo died, because that was never anticipated, never planned, never contemplated, or the first thought that came into the young minds was, what were we to do? We are in big trouble. And that led to the very unpleasant part of the case, which is the burning of the body. Yeah.
The defense's position is clear. Suo and Wang are not murderers.
The whole case was kidnapping. It simply is a kidnapping attempt that went sour and resulting in the death of Mr. Koo.
While investigators remain convinced that Thomas Koo's death was murder, they must accept the fact that if they cannot prove cause of death, they also cannot prove their theory.
To get a first-degree murder conviction, you have to prove intent to kill. Unfortunately, Mr. Koo couldn't speak, and his body wasn't speaking to us. Forensically, we couldn't prove intent to kill.
Suo and Wang are charged with manslaughter. Their families come from China to attend the trial.
Family or families of the clients arrived, and especially the mothers. They were emotional, and we had to explain to them that this was probably the best result that we could achieve. They accepted it, but still it's a process that was hard for them to take, to see their son being sentenced.
Both Suo and Wang are found guilty of manslaughter. Each is sentenced to 15 years in prison.
You could see a sense of guilt and shame in them, and they didn't really talk much, and they didn't show any emotion. And sometimes, just when I was, covering the proceeding, I wonder whether they actually realized how serious those offenses were.
Someone's lost their life because of the action and the immaturity of two young people for a crime that doesn't have any reason to occur.
Am I totally satisfied with the sentence? No, and I don't think the family is either. But we all have a system to live within, and that's the way things turned out.
I think the trial actually, in the sentencing, only offered some degree of closure for the family, but but there's nothing, you know, no sentence can bring her husband back. And I just think, you know, that wound will still be there, always.
Even though to some people, and perhaps Mr. Koo's family, understandably so, that the punishment is not harsh enough. But in my view, the system works. These young people were punished very severely, but they were given also a second chance.
After serving 15 years behind bars, Suo and Wang will be deported to China. York, England, with its slow-moving rivers and cobblestone streets. York is a storybook town, where everyone knows each other, where nothing disturbs its picture postcard perfection. What the residents of York don't know is that darkness is about to descend on their fairy tale world. November 2nd, 2001. A resident is out walking his dog when something catches its attention. The man soon realizes that something is wrong.
Come on, come on.
Suspicious, he contacts police. The officer makes a grim discovery.
The way that he carried out these murders is just beyond comprehension.
A missing woman.
Was this just a victim of opportunity?
A demented killer.
He got gratification out of that, and then he went on to kill again.
The solution hinging on forensics.
I had to look at trying to date when she died.
Can police stop the suitcase killer before he strikes again?
What have we got here, then? Hello, Alan. Well, we have a suitcase with a body inside.
North Yorkshire Detective Superintendent Alan Ankers heads the investigation.
Case and saw the eye. He can tell you all about it.
It was late at night. We were in a country lane, and the lighting conditions were very poor. I took a decision at that time that all we would do was photograph the suitcase in situ, and then we would regroup with certain forensic experts and police staff early the next morning.
No, I think we should take it back, but
Detective Sergeant Steve Smith will be Ankers' right-hand man.
I think it's going to be okay.
That case had been there for some days, if not weeks. A number of people had seen that case during the preceding days, but no one else had thought to ring us about it.
We decided that we would not carry a detailed examination out on the suitcase at that location.
To preserve any evidence, the suitcase is carefully wrapped before being sent to a local mortuary. Even the hardened investigators are shocked by what they discover inside the suitcase. The body appears to be that of a young Asian woman.
Well, initially, you can't help but think it's quite appalling that somebody has died and been abandoned in such a callous fashion.
As a parent, I would say I was just wondering how, where this girl had come from, how had she come to end up in the suitcase, why did she end up in North Yorkshire?
one detail leaps out at investigators.
The girl's face had been wrapped in tape.
Covered with haunting faces, the tape seems to be something from the art world.
The cause of death was upper airway obstruction, which in effect was suffocation, which had been caused by the covering of her nose and her mouth.
Hoping to find a clue to the killer's identity, forensic scientist Mark Bates examines the tape.
In terms of unwrapping the tape, it was actually placed onto a mannequin and was basically unwrapped as it had been wrapped. That was for three main reasons. If there was any debris or anything attached to it, hairs, fibres, for example, that might be significant. Also to look at the way it had been bound, in case that became important later on in terms of cause of death.
Most importantly, police hope the tape will reveal the killer's fingerprints.
The tape was so heavily soaked in body fluids that although extensive fingerprint treatment was undertaken, we didn't raise any finger marks from the tape.
Anchors decides on a three-pronged investigation. The first avenue will concentrate on the suitcase. The second will trace the tape, while the third will try to identify the victim.
We were faced with the body of a young Asian female whose identity was unknown to us at that time.
To help in the identification, DNA samples are taken. The victim fingerprinted and her teeth x-rayed.
In trying to identify the female, we checked all the missing persons reports nationally that matched or potentially matched the description of our victim. We utilised the media, both nationally and internationally, and made inquiries through Interpol.
Yes, well, here at the scene tonight, the road is still cordoned off.
Police hope that the media attention will shed light on the case.
Things are fairly quiet now.
It's just absolutely unbelievable. No one expects it on their doorstep.
Despite the media interest and the generating of publicity, we were not getting any positive indication of who she might be.
In an attempt to narrow their search, police turned to forensic anthropologist Sue Black. Her job is to determine the victim's racial background.
She didn't have the very hard chiseled features and gross features that you expect as you go further north in terms of the Mongoloids, and equally was much more fine bone structure than you would find as you go further south in the Mongoloid races. So that in terms of a genetic pool, it put her very clearly around the area of Korea, the eastern border of China, down into the Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, around that sort of an area.
To determine the victim's age, her chest is x-rayed.
The most definitive indicator of age at death from this x-ray are these tiny little slivers and islands of bone that you can see just to either side of the sternum there. And these are growth plates. And that shows that these joints here haven't finished growing yet. Those islands are going to start to appear around 20 years of age. They're going to have completely disappeared by the time she's 25. So this individual, just by the presence of these small slivers, has to be somewhere between 20 and 25 years of age.
Let's cut away the last section.
Once we'd established that the girl was Oriental, we did a check on every missing person we had on our records, particularly from that area, Southeast Asia, to see if any people who got missing from North Yorkshire were in fact the victim.
45 days later, police are no further ahead in identifying their young victim. But neither officer knows that fate is about to intervene.
North Yorkshire Police, how may I direct your call?
Detective Superintendent Anchor's place.
Certainly. Is he expecting your call?
No, he doesn't know me, but I'm sure he wants to talk to me.
For police, one mystery is about to be solved, but an even more baffling one awaits them. In the storybook town of York, England, the body of a young woman is found stuffed inside an abandoned suitcase. The woman has been suffocated by a haunting death mask. But who she is and how she got there is a complete mystery.
Yes, our breakthrough came just after the Christmas holidays when a superintendent from South Korea who was studying at Leeds University was aware of our publicity in this area surrounding the body in the suitcase.
The caller has just visited a Korean website for missing persons. Posted on it is a picture of a young woman who had been traveling in London when she mysteriously disappeared.
Detective Superintendent Anchors, please.
Because all South Korean adults have to register their fingerprints, investigators are able to compare the missing girl's prints with those of the murder victim. Finally, they learn the identity of their victim. She is 21-year-old Jin Ho-young.
She seems to have been a typical 21-year-old student, liked all the things that students do, like music, boyfriends.
Every indication was that she was just a normal, pleasant young girl, growing up very polite, very civil, just seeking to broaden her horizons, experiences of the world by travel and learning foreign languages.
While police try to figure out how Jin ended up dead in a suitcase in North Yorkshire, forensic scientists continue their search for clues.
Running parallel to the body identification, obviously we were looking at if there's any information scientifically on the suitcase that might help us give some indication about where this woman met her death, or obviously who may have done this.
The surface of the suitcase is swabbed for DNA evidence. Particular attention is paid to the handle, an area likely touched by the killer.
On the suitcase, if there was things like soil or other particles of debris, we would brush those and collect those off. In relation to one area of the suitcase, there was a smear of blue paint.
A sample of the paint is taken and stored for future reference. Meanwhile, investigators have tracked down the origin of the tape used to suffocate Jin.
We'd ascertained that the tape had been commissioned by the Tate Gallery in London and used work by the artists Gilbert and Georgie.
Police learned the gallery had ordered a total of 2,000 rolls of the unique tape.
We recovered around 600 or 700 from the gallery.
Police begin the painstaking task of examining the gallery's sales records. They know whoever bought that roll is out there somewhere, and they may kill again.
Yes, hello, it's Detective Smith calling in regards to the body in the suitcase found by the roadside.
Detectives begin to piece together Jin's last known movements.
Yeah. All right.
She was a young girl, taken time out to go and study and travel. She'd gone from South Korea to France. Initially, she went to Lyon, where she studied and stayed.
These are really amazing photos. I know.
While on a sightseeing trip in Paris, Jin met up with other young Koreans.
Whilst there, she'd stayed in what is described as a hostel called the Hung Bu on the outskirts of Paris.
While she was there, she had decided that she was going to go across for a short break to London.
Yeah, oh, there. You guys been there before?
She had decided to go and stay at a similar type hostel setup.
Interviewing Jin's friends from the hostel, police get their first concrete lead, the address of Jin's last known whereabouts. Anchors and Smith move their investigation to London.
Once we'd positively identified Miss Jin, and that it had been her intention to travel from Paris across to Eagle Street in Holborn, we contacted our colleagues in the Metropolitan Police.
DS Ray.
Oh, good morning, gentlemen.
DCI Alan Anchors.
DI Smith.
Please sit down. I got a phone call, in fact, from a colleague from a police station in East London saying that he had an officer coming down from North Yorkshire, and I met Alan Ankers.
As I said on the telephone, we'd really appreciate your assistance in our investigation into the death of a Miss Jen Jung,
who was a detective chief inspector from North Yorkshire, and he was heading this murder inquiry. Sitting talking to me, explained to me that a young girl by the name of Miss Jin had been found in a suitcase side of a road in North Yorkshire.
We understand that until fairly recently, she lived here in London. Now, Steve, maybe you could fill us in on.
But what Vic Ray next revealed to the seasoned investigators was a major shock.
Gentlemen, it just so happens I've been working on a case myself. Maybe of some interest to you.
We learned that there was another girl missing from an address in East London, in Poplar. Once we realised that the girl from Poplar was also Korean, it seemed too much of a coincidence to us that the two could not be linked.
Now, the question on everyone's mind is, are there more bodies to be found?
Gentlemen, it just so happens I've been working on a case.
When investigators track murder victim Jin Ho Young from Paris to London, they discover that Scotland Yard is already looking into the disappearance of another young Korean woman, Song In-hee. The detectives are convinced that the cases are related. But how?
What were the links between these two girls? Because we actually, from our inquiry, saw that there was no actual link. They were not friends, they didn't know each other. Miss Jin had come over from Paris for the weekend, whilst Miss Song was actually a student here.
Hoping to establish a connection between the two women, investigators look into Song's past.
I know Miss Song was one of two children. She had a brother, and they lived just outside Seoul. Initially, there was suggestion that she may have gone off on a catering course and not actually been speaking to anybody since she'd gone off on that course. But the fact that she hadn't been speaking with her mother, who she regularly spoke with, did cause me concern. Miss Song was actually studying in London at a university and had actually been staying in university accommodation, but was finding it very difficult financially to keep that going.
Determined to continue her education, Song had recently moved into a less expensive flat. On December 7th, she visited with friends. She was never seen again. Examinations of both Jin and Song's financial records reveal a disturbing coincidence.
What we found out was that both girls' bank accounts had been cleaned out of money.
Their bank account was emptied by use of bank cards at ATMs nearby, and considerable amounts of money taken out within days of their disappearance.
Both girls had had about £2,000 taken out of their accounts.
But when investigators look into the addresses of where the two women stayed, they make their most important discovery. Song had moved into a flat located on Augusta Street in East London's Poplar district. Jin's last known address was less than 5 kilometers away on Eagle Street in West London.
After a couple of days, it became quite apparent that the two were linked through the fact that both properties were managed or leased by the same man.
Mr. Kai-Soo Kim was a man that had decided to come to London to study English. And what he'd seen was that there was money to be made from renting properties himself and then subletting them to students passing through. And it's quite normal within the Korean community that people exchange details of hostels, and that's how she came by Mr. Kai-Soo Kim's address. And she ended up there, having contacted him in Paris, asking if he had a room and he said he did.
Hi, Sam. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. Thanks for...
Miss Song had actually met Mr. Kai Soo Kim and knew that he had properties that he would rent out rooms in, and she'd actually asked him whether she could have a room at Poplar, which he agreed to.
For the cash-strapped Song, the cheap room was just what she had been looking for. She decided to move in.
Yeah, I really needed it, thanks.
It was a terrible mistake. What Song couldn't have known was that her new home would prove to be anything but a haven. British investigators have finally made a connection between murder victim Jin Ho-young and a second missing Korean woman, Song In-hee. Both women rented from the same landlord. But when police try to question Kai Soo Kim, he is nowhere to be found.
He had said to friends that he was visiting friends in Germany and gone to Germany, but he became our first suspect.
Searching for clues to Song's whereabouts, investigators descend on her flat.
Right, lads, let's get to it.
The Poplar Street address, which was Miss Song's address, we found nothing untoward forensic examination-wise at the initial stages of the inquiry when she was reported missing. It was searched, nothing was found there. Everything did correspond with the fact that she probably had gone away on a catering course.
Anything? No.
Could Song's disappearance simply be a coincidence?
Right, let's pack it up.
At Jin's Eagle Street address, investigators have also come up empty-handed.
We'd been down in London since the Monday, and by now we're on to the Thursday evening. We'd been told that day that we would be staying through to the following week.
Hi, darling. No.
So I was in the process of making a phone call to home, basically to say I'll be back in a few days' time. While sat on the bed, looking at the floor,
I'll call you back.
Noticed that there were bleach stains on the light carpet. By quickly smelling it, it was quite obvious that body fluids had seeped into the weave of that carpet.
Crime scene investigators, led by forensic scientist Peter Grant, descend on the room.
When carpets are cleaned, it may be that the top layer of the carpet becomes clean and looks clean. But what happens with carpet cleaning, especially if a lot of water is used, is that the blood is simply forced down into the lower side of the carpet or even onto the floor beneath.
The blood stains begin to reveal the secrets of the room.
The stain on the floor was close to the double bed in the room, and this bed was pushed into the corner. But when we turned the bed around, there was a large smear of blood low down on the bed. In addition to this, there were some smaller spots and splashes of blood low down on the wall, which were actually behind a desk, and so we knew that this desk must have been moved after those stains had got there. Well, there are a number of things we could deduce from the blood pattern. The first being that with these splashes on the wall, so we knew that there was some sort of impact into blood low down on the bed in the room. From the large stain on the carpets, this, to me, suggested that the body had been in that position for some time, leaking fluids after death. And then finally, the suitcase has stood in the wardrobe for a period of time, leaking fluid onto the carpet. We knew from an examination of the suitcase that there was a smear of blue paint on it, as if it had been scraped against a blue painted wall. And It came out that inside the wardrobe there were 2 areas, still painted blue, that had been recently scraped.
Samples of the paint scrapings are taken and sent to forensic scientist Ian Gray for further analysis.
We were asked to compare the paint that was found on the surface of the suitcase with a control sample from the walls within the premises.
The paint samples are compared under a microscope to determine if they are in fact the same color. Chemical composition is also compared. Infrared spectroscopy is used to determine organic similarities in the paint's pigments.
The paint on the surface of the suitcase matched in all the tests undertaken with the control sample of paint from the wall at Eagle Street.
Police now have their murder scene. But is Kim the man responsible for this horrendous crime?
Now, Miss
Ishimura.
Ishimura.
Police track down Kim's former girlfriend.
Yes.
She tells police she bought a roll of tape at the art gallery and that Kim had asked to borrow it.
This is a tape I got from the tape gallery.
Another part of the jigsaw that she was able to fill in for us was what his demeanour was like around the time that Miss Jin was murdered. And she said that he was acting most peculiar, and she believed that he'd been trying to clean the bedroom. There was a smell of bleach within the bedroom, and also she remembers there being quite a stale smell in the bedroom around about the time of the murder, which we believe was probably Miss Jin's body that was being kept in the wardrobe at that time.
The roll of tape that we recovered from an ex-girlfriend of Mr. Kim bore blood staining on the inside cardboard tube. We identified through DNA that this blood was Mr. Kim's. There was a small amount of his blood present on a desk. If you take that together with the blood on the inner tube of the roll, and also the fact that the type of tape used on Miss Jin, it's my opinion that he probably became injured during the struggle and that had bled on the tape as he manipulated it to use it upon her.
The forensic evidence all points towards Kim, and that means the killer is still at large. After intensive investigation, police finally have a prime suspect in the murder and disappearance of 2 young Korean women. The problem is the suspect has vanished.
By this time, we're getting quite a good deal of evidence that we already had in our possession. The one thing we were badly lacking was the suspect, Mr. Kim.
When Kai-Soo Kim became our suspect, we started looking at his emails and his telephone billing to see where he may be.
Kim's phone bills reveal that he had recently been in contact with a travel agent.
So we made inquiries down at that travel agent, and we in fact found that he'd booked a ticket to Toronto, Canada.
But before investigators can pursue Kim, their hard work pays off again.
Whilst we were doing the tracking of Mr. Kai-Soo Kim, one of bits of information we obtained was that he'd actually rented a car around the time that Miss Jin, we believe, had been murdered.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Detective Ray, Metropolitan Police, Detective Smith. I'd like to know if you've seen this gentleman before.
We were able to trace that rental car back to the company and actually take possession of that car and do a forensic examination of the car.
because of the nature of the fact that the body is transported up to and deposited in York, the most logical place for the suitcase to have been stored was in the boot, or as you would call the trunk of the vehicle.
Detective Ray.
What is it?
The investigators must now prove that the suitcase carrying Jin's body had been in the car.
Well, let's swallow it, see what we've got.
We found present on that boot carpet were small stains of body fluid with blood that we were able to identify by DNA as being Miss Jin's. The position and distribution of these bloods was in keeping again with fluids leaking from the suitcase as it was taken out of the vehicle.
Looking at the mileage on the car, we could see that it had done some considerable mileage over a short period of time. Taking that together with tracking the use of his mobile phone, we could see that he had travelled up to the North Yorkshire area around about the time of the first sighting of the suitcase that contained Miss Jin.
While police have mounting evidence that Kim is Jin's killer, they still don't have a motive.
From the witnesses and associates that we spoke to in London about Mr. Kim, he was seen as something of a gentleman, but clearly as things have transpired, he has another side to his character.
Mr. Kim had rented both properties where Miss Jin had stayed and Miss Song had stayed as a tenant, and then he sublet them.
But he got his mathematics slightly wrong, and he wasn't managing to cover the costs through his subletting of the property to students, so he was slowly getting himself in debt.
Well, I'm kind of busy right now.
That's okay, it won't take long. We'll be quick. Yeah.
But spiraling debt wasn't the only motive driving Kim.
Kind of busy right
Come
now.
on. Come on, it'll be fun. Come on.
Stop!
Forensic psychologist Paul Britton ventures into the mind of the killer.
I think when you consider the motivation behind this particular offence, then there are likely to be at least two strands. One of it's purely financial. But the most important part of this case is of a particular form of psychosexual sadism. Rape may or may not have occurred. It doesn't have to. The violation of this woman was entirely psychological. The person was able, quite literally, to bind her, to set her death in process, and have the sense of control, the sense of power that is particularly important to the sadist at a distance. The tape is put on in a way that has the victim suddenly come to know they're going to die. The important thing about the precise layering of the tape is that the person who has applied it will watch the young girl die and see the terror and the agony in her eyes.
She's then put into the suitcase at some point, and obviously taken out of the flat, into the car and driven away, and just abandoned in a country lane, hundreds of miles from London and thousands of miles from her home.
Our next step was to look at flying officers over to Toronto and see if we could actually locate him.
Before officers can be dispatched, investigators receive a tip. Kim has returned to London and told a friend to meet him at a local internet cafe. Knowing that it might be their only chance to capture the killer, police swoop down.
Mr. Kai-Soo Kim?
Initially, he was reluctant to say that he was Mr. Kai-Soo Kim.
I think you know you're the person that we're looking for.
When he saw that we had photographs of him, he admitted it was him and came quietly.
Stand up, turn around, put your hands behind your back, please. Come on. Come on. That's...
Mr. Kim, you have been arrested and charged with the murder of Miss Jin. All the evidence, all the proof is there. You will be found guilty.
Finally, police have Kim under arrest, but any hopes of quickly finding the missing song soon evaporate.
Over the next 2 to 3 days, myself and a colleague from the police in London tried to interview Mr. Kim to find out what he could tell us about his knowledge involvement in the murder of both girls, because we were convinced, although we had found no body, that Miss Song by now was dead herself as well.
I've been keeping count, Mr. Kim, of the number of times you've refused to give an answer to our questions. I told you that you could ask.
Unfortunately, throughout the time he was in custody, Mr. Kim said not a word about his involvement or knowledge of either of these people.
I hope you're counting, Mr. Kim, the damage you're doing to your case by being...
Kai-Soo Kim, during the interview, came across as a very cold, calculating individual who gave no regard to these two girls' well-being. He refused to answer any questions. The only thing he tried to say that Miss Song was involved in drugs and it must have been a drug dealer that had killed her, which was a total and absolute pack of lies. But that's the kind of individual he was, very cold, calculating, no respect for these girls' lives.
And we have enough evidence to see you put behind bars for the rest of your life.
What police didn't realize was that Song had been right under their noses all along.
Stand up, turn around, put your hands behind your back, please.
After months of intensive investigation, police arrest Kai-Soo Kim for the murder of Jin Ho-young. But days of interrogation fail to get Kim to confess to a second murder.
I don't know anything.
We knew by then that he'd killed Miss Song. Inwardly, we knew as an investigative team. So it was imperative that we find her body, because we couldn't charge him with her murder until we found the body.
Police receive a break when a plumber working in Song's bathroom makes a disturbing discovery.
See this? There's flies.
It's not normal, is it? Flies coming up from the pipes?
No.
What do those pipes go to?
I don't know.
So I decided that I would send another team in there, full forensic team, an especially trained search team, and actually look at tracking where those pipes led to and see if we could find where the flies were originating from.
Ray and his team follow the pipes down through the floor to a hallway below, and a wall that seems to have been recently worked on.
Hollow wall here.
It looked like a painted wall, but when they realised that there was actually a hollow part to that part of the wall, I said, smash it down. He had actually put a panel over the concealed chamber, so it wasn't actually noticeable. What they found was a concrete-type chamber full of clothes initially, but when they started removing items of the clothing, they first of all saw a foot, and they realised there was a body in there, and that's when I said stop, and we'd actually get the scientists in and take out each item and close them slowly so we wouldn't lose evidence. One of my main concerns after finding Miss Song's body was the fact that a defence that Mr. Kai-Soo Kim may put up was that when she was murdered, he was out of the country. So I had to look at trying to date when she died.
Ray turns to forensic entomologist John Manlove for help.
Now, the question I was being asked was quite specific. Could the body have been placed in the cupboard during early December? We went into the cupboard not thinking there would be an awful lot of entomological activity, quite possibly, because there weren't an awful lot of adult blowflies within the flat. What we found was hundreds, if not thousands, of flies from a completely different family. The finding of adults of this particular species of fly was significant in that this fly doesn't like to lay eggs below a certain temperature.
Checking weather records, Manlove discovers that there had been an extended cold spell in late December. Because the flies had hatched, that meant that Song's body could only have been placed in the chamber in early December, when temperatures were warmer and Kim was still in the country. With Kim's alibi negated, investigators returned to the gruesome task of building their case.
After removing all the clothing, we found that Miss Song had been wrapped in a sheet, and really, she was like mummified. When we opened up the sheet, immediately we saw the stark resemblance in the way she died to that of Miss Jin. Her head had been bound with tape, exactly the same way as Miss Jin. One of the things we really needed to do was link the two girls' deaths forensically wise. So every item of clothing removed from the chamber was examined, tested for DNA.
When the body of Miss Song was found, obviously she was in quite an advanced state of decomposition. So we were able to identify her, in part through DNA by comparison with that from her parents, given that DNA is inherited. In addition, there was property in the cupboard in which she'd been kept, and some of that property we were able to link back via DNA to Miss Jin, in particular 2 pairs of footwear.
The frightening part of what Mr. Kai-Soo Kim was doing in Toronto was very similar to what he had done in the United Kingdom. He had booked in with an English teaching school there, had got himself a flat and was subletting the flat out to students. And my concern was that had he stayed there, would he have carried on doing what he ended up doing in the United Kingdom?
Look what I got. Look what I got here.
I did send officers to search his flat, and what we found there was his laptop computer. Mr. Kim had obviously been looking at pornographic sites and had been saving images that he found gratifying. And one of the thoughts that I had was he'd seen this and had decided to experiment with it and had taken it that step beyond experimenting. And had killed. And as a result of the first killing, he got gratification out of that, and then he went on to kill again. We also found a T-shirt that we could link back to the Miss Song murder. On that T-shirt was paint. From the tape removed from Miss Song's face, interlaid within that tape was the same paint. So we were able to connect the two there.
Kai-Soo Kim is tried in London's Old Bailey Court. Kim pleads guilty to a manslaughter charge in the death of Song. Prosecutors refuse his plea. Kim is found guilty of both murders and given 2 life sentences.
Kim came across as a very calculating individual. To kill 2 people in such a fashion and dispose of the bodies in such a callous manner shows a certain degree of evil on his part.
During the time I was on the murder investigation team, I dealt with in excess of 20 murder investigations, and I can say this was the most gruesome murder and unnecessary murders.
I think I said at one of the very first press conferences that we held that this shouldn't happen. A person shouldn't end up spending their life in a suitcase, dead for up to 2 or 3 weeks, lying in a country lane in a country they probably didn't know.
July 1999. Nestled in the rolling hills of California is the scenic town of Happy Valley. Its peaceful tranquility, a far cry from events rocking the rest of the nation. Racial violence is exploding across the United States.
When I tell you I don't have mats, but I certainly don't have water.
Random acts directed against innocent people for nothing more than the color of their skin, their religious beliefs, or their sexual preference. July 1st, Happy Valley. 2 shadowy figures approach the isolated country home of Gary Madsen and Winfield Motor.
It was a real eye-opening experience for the entire community to think that something like this horrendous crime can be committed in our very midst.
A vicious crime.
I think that the potential for extreme violence is an inherent with most of these groups.
A deadly plan.
I think this was all part of some kind of a master plot or scheme.
Can police and forensic science stop the rampage before California ignites in a summer of hate? July 2nd, 1999. Roger Madsen arrives at his brother's home. Gary has failed to show up for work at the local agricultural department in Redding, California. It's totally out of character. Concerned, Roger decides to check that everything is all right.
Gary, Winfield? Gary? Winfield? You guys home?
He looked and he could see the bodies in their loft bed.
Gary Madsen and Winfield Mauter were essentially executed in their bed in the middle of the night. They were shot several times. Ultimately, I think 15 shell casings were found at the scene, and of those 15 shots, we had 14, I believe, shots to the head area of the 2 men combined, to include, particularly on Mr. Mauter, a quarter-sized pattern on the back of his head of 3 or 4 rounds. So obviously a very brutal murder.
There wasn't anything really out of ordinary with the residence itself. No signs of forced entry, either on the front door or the back door. Once inside, the home didn't appear to be ransacked like it had been burglarized. There were in the living room several .22 caliber casings on the floor. The location of the casings found gave us a proximity of where we felt the shooter was standing at the time, from a distance of 10 to 15 feet from the loft bed. There was one shot sustained to Gary that was to the back, which had to have been done from a different location than the initial 14 rounds that were fired initially. One would have to walk around to the side of the bed, climb up a ladder that was used to get into the bed, and from that location, shoot Gary one time in the back. The amount of times that they were shot just told us that this individual, or individuals that were responsible, were there to ensure that they were dead.
Well, I think it was a real eye-opening experience for the entire community to think that something like this horrendous crime could be committed in our very midst against two people who were really well-known and well-respected members of our community.
Gary was very active in the community. He helped found the Carter House Museum. Winfield Mauder worked at a local home and garden store, both well-respected horticulturists. So they shared, a common interest, had been partners for about 14 years. The community loved him.
Another recent murder in the area causes police to wonder if the cases are connected.
An elderly gentleman had been shot in bed, probably within 3 to 4 miles from the Matson Mauder residence.
So, obviously, the thought was perhaps these two things are connected, and that was something that we looked at.
A second possible theory is that Gary Madsen and Winfield Mauder's killers were burglars.
We started discovering small items that had been taken, such as the victim's wallet was not accounted for. One of the victim's car was missing from the front of the residence. Somebody get out there in some mode of transportation, and then now we knew of a car that was taken. So we were thinking possibly a minimum of 2 people being involved.
The dead man's answering machine provides police with their first solid clue.
And the message on that machine had been changed.
Winfield and I came down this evening. We're pretty sick and we're going to the Bay Area to see a specialist.
And it was clearly not Mr. Madsen and Mr. Mauder on the machine.
Knowing that it could be the key to identifying the killers, the tape is sent to an FBI lab for enhancement.
Obviously, we had a murder, and we had some evidence in terms of the shell casings that had been found, the answering machine tape, the fact that the victim's car was missing. But quite frankly, for that first week, we really didn't have a lot to go on.
What investigators couldn't possibly know is that their murder investigation is part of something much larger and deadlier. July 1st, 1999. Gary Madsen and Winfield Mauder are murdered in Redding, California. But the killing of the gay couple is overshadowed by another crime. Exactly 2 weeks earlier, 2 hours to the south, the city of Sacramento had been rocked by a series of arsons.
In the early morning hours of June 18th, 1999, law enforcement and emergency services were notified of 3 synagogues that were on fire in the Sacramento area. Based on the inherent nature of 3 Jewish facilities going up in flames, it was pretty obvious that this was a deliberate act.
Within 45 minutes, fire has decimated B'nai Israel Synagogue, Congregation Beth Shalom Synagogue, and Knesset Israel Torah Center. The well-planned arsons result in $3 million in damage.
My state was shock and disbelief. And when it's your synagogue, it's a communal sense of violation. The feelings are exacerbated. And then it was that terrible moment when we opened the ark and we had to take the Torahs out. And what was so humiliating was that here we were in our own synagogue, going into exile with our Torahs, like a metaphor for what the Jews have had to do throughout history as a result of anti-Semitism.
Well, we were quite obviously dealing with a hate crime. We had 3 arson attacks in one night in a very short period of time. The initial feeling is horror that such a crime like this would occur in Sacramento.
In the fire's aftermath, FBI investigators are joined by arson experts from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms.
What we've learned in ATF since the early 90s is that there's an awful lot that we can determine based on the physics and the chemistry of fire.
At each of the 3 crime scenes, investigators reverse choreograph the fire's movement to establish where it was started.
As we go through a scene examination, what we're doing is something like an archaeological excavation. We're looking for just bits and pieces. What are the burn patterns like? Is there any obvious evidence left behind? God forbid, should we have bodies?
Investigators begin to piece together how the blazes were started.
Separate fires were set up towards the front of the synagogue where the scrolls were kept, and then all out amongst the pews.
While one synagogue has been completely devastated, at the other 2, the arsonists have made critical mistakes.
What happened in a lot of the areas was that the fire didn't spread. It wasn't able to release enough energy towards the right kind of fuels to be able to get them to, in turn, release their energy and continue the process. So essentially, the fire self-extinguished.
Because the fire was not able to continue on its path through the sanctuary, a major lead survives.
We found incendiary devices that had not ignited.
The devices are made from fuel jugs filled with accelerant. On the devices, investigators find critical trace evidence.
Were dog hairs, chicken feathers, and paint chips. And so now we believe that those containers were assembled at some other location, filled with fuel, and brought to the fires. So now if we can find that environment that contained those chicken feathers, those dog hairs, and those paint chips, that would be a very significant association.
Investigators know what evidence they're looking for, but where to find it is the question. The answer lies inside a cardboard box that has survived one of the fires.
Inside the box, it was lined with a newspaper from Redding, California.
Investigators wonder why a newspaper from a city 2 hours away would be left in the box. Is it a clue? And if so, just what is it telling them?
We learned from our satellite office in Redding, California, that there was a homicide of a gay couple in their jurisdiction.
Suddenly, the link between the murders and the arsons becomes clear. Both are hate crimes. But who is responsible? More importantly, where and when will they strike next? Investigators suspect that the killers of Gary Madsen and Winfield Mauder are also the arsonists responsible for setting fire to 3 Sacramento synagogues.
You're looking at a similar type of hate crime. Your first string of arsons are directed against Jewish houses of worship. And then you have the execution of 2 prominent individuals that are gay in Redding, California.
Turning their attention to the arsons, investigators uncover another major clue.
Even people who commit hate crimes, they don't want to be caught either, but they are inclined to leave some sort of message behind because they have so much hate that they want people to know why they're targeting that particular place.
There was pro-Serbia, anti-NATO, anti-Semitic flyers that were found in 2 of the crime scenes. There were several of these flyers, and they were very specific and very anti-Semitic in nature. And obviously at that time, we had the U.S. forces were involved in the Bosnian conflict.
The evidence seems to suggest that investigators are dealing with some unknown but organized hate group.
The first place you turn to in cases like this are the neo-Nazi groups, the Christian identity groups, the World Church of the Creator, those who have expressed anti-Semitic views and have also demonstrated they're willing to take actions in support of those views.
What they are is their extremist beliefs that most usually center on the superiority of the white race and that they target Jews, blacks, Hispanics, Asians, anyone that is not like them. It's their fear that the United States is being taken over by these various ethnicities or groups, and they see it as their religious cause to prevent that from happening.
Hoping to discover which hate group is behind the crimes, police set up a tip line and are flooded with calls.
One of those tips was someone who had saw something that they thought was suspicious at the first crime scene. That individual had driven past the scene late night, in the early morning hours. He saw a vehicle parked in front and his headlights illuminated on that vehicle. I believe that he saw someone that might have been crouched down in the vehicle at the time that he passed by.
As the days pass, a nervous public seeks answers.
I think in any high-profile investigation, there's a certain amount of pressure. It ramped up the pressure on the investigators that, that this crime spree had to be stopped.
Well, the fear in any of the cases of this type is that you have a hate group out there that is willing to turn their hateful beliefs into action. And the other fear is that you have individuals who have done it once, they can easily do it again.
2 weeks after the synagogue fires, the arsonists strike again. Their target, a Sacramento abortion clinic.
Every crime scene will talk to you in a different way. And it's up to us as investigators to find that evidence and determine what that evidence tells us.
FBI and ATF investigators focused their attention on the abortion clinic.
There were bits of glass and paint that were taken into evidence from the scene of the medical office building. There were some samples taken of what we believe to be accelerant.
The accelerant used was similar, although not identical, to the one used in the synagogue attempts. The method of entry bore some resemblance.
Investigators discover that the arsonists have broken in through 2 different doors.
People who are doing these kind of crimes, they're in a hurry. And so doesn't make any sense to have 2 forced entries into a particular building. Because it makes noise, you're drawing attention to yourself, get in, and then go and do your act. So to have 2 different points of forced entry, to me, suggests more than one person.
An arson typically is a cowardly crime. Somebody starts a fire and leaves. At the scene of our crime, we talked to an individual who was picking up the garbage. And he noticed that there were 2 individuals. He described their height and that they were slim. And he said that they were in dark coveralls and that they had a crowbar. They got into a light-colored vehicle, which he described as similar to a Volvo because it was squared in the back.
To investigators, the choice of targets is chillingly consistent.
The motivations seem pretty obvious. The anti-Semitic motivation for the synagogue arsons and a quasi-religious motivation for an attack on the abortion clinic.
You're looking at the hate aspect of that these are all extreme violent crimes within a certain region.
A double homicide, synagogues, an abortion clinic. The question on every investigator's mind was, what's next? The answer was soon to be revealed. July 7th, 1999. California investigators struggle to solve 3 hate crimes. Little did they know that the case is about to blow wide open. For weeks, police have searched for the stolen car belonging to murder victims Gary Madsen and Winfield Mauter. Finally, it is found abandoned on the side of a road an hour south of Redding. Convinced that a clue to the killer's identity lies hidden somewhere within the car, police send it to a forensic garage for examination. While finding the car is a major break, hard work is about to pay off with an even bigger lead.
One of the things that I was doing daily was checking with Citibank Visa, check to see if there's any activity on Gary Matson's credit card.
Police discover that the card has been recently used to purchase over $2,000 worth of ammunition in Arizona. Police contact the supplier.
They told us that a Gary Matson had placed the order and that they were instructed to mail it to a P.O. box in Yuba City.
Knowing that this might be their big break, police scramble to intercept the package. But when they arrive, they find much more than just a delivery.
Police officers, nobody move. Hands in the air, straight up.
What, are you gonna shoot me?
Straight up. Don't move. Stand up. Put your hands up. Straight up. Straight up.
Shoot me.
Straight up.
Just shoot me.
Huh? Down. Down. He's on the ground. On the ground.
The suspects are brothers Benjamin Matthew and James Tyler Williams.
Have a weapon here?
We didn't, in our wildest dreams, know that at the time that we were going to go to where they were delivered, that our suspects would be there waiting for us.
In the boys' car, police find an arsenal of weapons. To keep the pair in custody, police charge the brothers with the use of stolen credit cards.
I think we all had a very strong suspicion that these two brothers had committed the murders, but we had nothing really at that point in time that we could go to court with to prove beyond a reasonable doubt.
Both of them were very unassuming, pretty average-looking guys, clean-cut, neatly dressed, both bright, college-educated, articulate. Both had deep religious beliefs.
Investigators soon connect the brothers to the murder victims.
We determined that there was a farmer's market that was a regular popular event in Reading, and Mr. Matson and Mr. Mauder were really into horticulture. That was a big thing for them. Grew lots of crops and plants and that kind of thing. And Matt Williams, likewise, was into horticulture, and we later determined that they had booths very near each other at the Reading Farmers Market, and we believe that that's how the initial contact was made.
But what possible reason could two educated, devoutly religious men have for murdering Gary Matson and Winfield Mauder?
Benjamin Matthew Williams was well versed in the Bible, and he was quick to quote Leviticus. If a man lies with a man as one lies with a woman, they shall be put to death, and their blood on their own heads.
Within 24 hours after the brothers were booked at the Shasta County Jail, their mother paid a visit to them, and that visit to Matt Williams was tape recorded.
I can't believe you did what they say you did.
What did they say I did?
That you took out two homos.
Why wouldn't I do that?
So as soon as we found that out, that gave us a pretty good inkling of the thought process of this man and what may have motivated the crime.
Police begin to build their case against the brothers. Investigators search the cars for evidence. They make a shocking discovery.
We searched the car that the two of them were driving at the time that they were arrested. There were all kinds of weapons, ammunition, you name it, they had it in terms of an arsenal in the back of that car.
All loaded, rounds chambered, semi-automatic rifles and pistols, several hundred rounds of ammunition, loaded shotguns, additional pistols. We're just wondering what they were planning on doing after they left that location.
I think this was all part of some kind of a master plot or scheme that the two of them had hatched.
They were buying guns and ammunition and other implements to give the impression to us that they were prepared for an all-out war.
Perhaps the most crucial piece of evidence for our murder case was that in a satchel on the front passenger's floorboard was found what was later determined to be a homemade silencer.
Investigators execute a search warrant on the farmhouse where James Tyler lives.
We found thousands of rounds of ammunition, varying types from .22 to 223 rounds for semi-automatic rifles.
A search is also carried out at Benjamin Matthews' house.
At Matt Williams' home, we found, perhaps most importantly, the murder weapon,
which later was matched up to the silencer that was found in James Tyler's car during the search of that.
We also found literally boxes and boxes and boxes of what would be accurately described as hate crime literature. And this fellow was an equal opportunity hater. Jews, blacks, Mexicans, you name it, it was included in there.
Proudly displayed on Benjamin Matthews' wall is one final clue. Newspaper clippings, all featuring the Sacramento synagogue and abortion clinic fires. Investigators now have a concrete link between the murders and the arsons. But it will take forensic science to prove their case. Investigators suspect that brothers Benjamin Matthew and James Tyler Williams are responsible not only for the homicide of a gay couple, but the hate-motivated arsons of 3 synagogues and an abortion clinic. To prove their case, investigators turn to forensic scientist Faye Springer. Her task is to help link the massive amounts of trace evidence collected at the fire scenes with the Williams brothers.
It's uncommon to have as much evidence in one case as you do in this case. You have fingerprint evidence, you have document evidence, you have trace evidence, you have firearms evidence, you have DNA evidence. So you really have covered pretty much the whole gamut of forensic science.
Springer and Hopkins lead the forensic search of the farmhouse.
And we knew that we were looking for dog hairs and chicken feathers and paint chips.
And there were more ducks, geese, and pigeons, one of each kind, one of every color that you could imagine.
And Faye and I flipped a coin to see who had to go into the chicken coop to collect those feathers. I lost.
In addition, when we went to the back of the house, there's a shed where they kept garden tools and feed and stuff.
Inside the shed, Springer and Hopkins discover fuel containers like those found at the synagogue fires. They suspect the brothers had prepared for the arsons in the shed.
So we took our samples from that shed area and took other materials that we thought might leave traces on the bottles if they indeed were put together at that place.
Let's go.
Okay. Faye was able to forensically link the dog hairs, the chicken feathers, and the paint chips on the wick material on the Delco motor oil containers to those dog hairs, chicken feathers, and paint chips that we collected at Tyler's residence.
Another key piece of evidence is found inside the farmhouse. A witness at the abortion clinic fire had seen 2 suspects wearing jumpsuits. In one of the farmhouse rooms, investigators discover a blue jumpsuit. On it are hundreds of small fragments of glass.
When you break glass, like with a crowbar, into a window, a sliding glass window, a large entryway, glass fragments go inside and then they also bounce backwards. When the glass rebounds backwards, it's very common to get into the suspect's hair or on his clothes.
Returning to the forensic garage, Springer compares the glass found on the jumpsuit with fragments discovered in the cars. She also compares them to glass found on 2 crowbars that investigators suspect were used in the break-ins. The fragments match. The brothers are charged with arson. The trial takes on a bizarre quality. Instead of denying his involvement in the crimes, Benjamin Matthew does just the opposite.
He was taking credit for these arsons, and at the same time he was trying to indicate that he was the only one involved and therefore his brother was not guilty. Tyler Williams never said a word in any of these proceedings. Unlike his brother, who would talk to practically anybody who would listen, Tyler Williams had the good sense to keep his mouth shut and not give any indication of what his political views or whether he was complicit in any of the arsons. Tyler Williams received a sentence of 21 years in federal custody, and Matthew Williams received a 30-year sentence. My impression of Matthew Williams was that he was a very odd duck. He seemed to take pride in what he had done. And at sentencing in particular, he seemed to be proud when one of the witnesses compared him to Adolf Hitler, as if that was exactly what he was going for.
But with the murder trial still ahead, investigators begin to wonder whether Benjamin Matthew Williams is actually crazy, or are his antics in fact part of a much more calculated plan, one designed to see the brothers' war of hate continue.
On July 1st, while still in bed, Gary Mattson and Winfield Mauder were shot and killed. Mattson's family got their first glimpse of the suspects today.
We have complete confidence in the DA, and we know that justice will be done.
With the Williams brothers now convicted of arson, prosecutors turn their attention to the murder case. They seek the death penalty.
We could seek the death penalty for a number of reasons. In our particular case, the things that were relevant were what we call a double murder. In other words, if 2 people are killed, murdered in a single incident, then that can qualify for the death penalty based on it being a double homicide. We also had the fact that the murders were committed in the course of a burglary. They broke into the home, entered into the home to commit a felony, namely the murders.
But Benjamin Matthew is not about to go down without a fight. He decides to take his case to prime-time America.
Williams does not deny that he killed Gary Mattson and Winfield Mauder, far from expressing remorse. He refuses to admit a crime was even committed. How would you describe what happened to him?
Lawfully executed for capital crimes against the people, against the Creator. I want a beautiful, clean, pure white society. The American dream. That's what I want.
Investigators wonder why Benjamin Matthew is so intent on confessing to the murders.
I think it became a concerted effort on his part to try to get his brother out from under this. And maybe it was a sense of guilt because he had led his brother down the primrose path here to a situation where they were both going to be executed or at a minimum spend the rest of their lives in prison.
But not everyone is convinced Benjamin Matthew is simply protecting his brother.
I think it certainly makes sense to think that the two of them had talked and decided that Matthew Williams would take the fall and that Tyler Williams should do nothing to implicate himself.
And if he could get his brother off, then his brother would be out, maybe continuing to do whatever it was they were headed to do the day that they were arrested.
If Tyler Williams could be out on the street today, I believe he'd go right back to his world of hate.
What we were looking for ultimately was seeing that the two of these guys were never going to get out of prison again, that they were never going to be able to fulfill whatever mission they were on.
Concerned that James Tyler might walk, investigators have to prove that Benjamin Matthew did not act alone. They begin with the gun used to kill Matson and Mauder.
This is the murder weapon, and it was found inside Benjamin Matthew Williams' house. They read a lot on how to commit the crimes, how to make the silencer that fit on this weapon. We found that James Tyler had worked at a machine shop here locally, and that part of the silencer that was used in the commission of the crimes had to have been machined or altered. Well, James Tyler had that background. Benjamin Matthew did not.
Finish him off, shoot him in the back. Do it!
On the murder weapon itself, James Tyler's palm print was on the barrel. That linked the two. It wouldn't surprise me if James Tyler wasn't the one that climbed the ladder and shot one time.
The answering machine message provides another crucial piece of evidence.
Winfield and I came down with something. We're pretty sick and we're going to the Bay Area to see a specialist.
After listening to it several times, we couldn't quite decipher what was being said and by whom. So we sent it off to the FBI in Quantico, Virginia, and had them digitally enhance it.
Winfield and I came down with something. We're pretty sick and we're going to the Bay Area to see a specialist. Winfield and I came down.
What they were able to do was enhance it enough to where we could hear a second voice in the background. And we believe that it was the person was saying, make it as long as the first one.
It told us that there were two suspects, two murderers at that crime scene, and not just a single one. And that was a very crucial piece of evidence in linking Tyler Williams to the crime scene.
The evidence continues to mount. Fiber evidence places James Tyler in the victim's car. Benjamin Matthew drove their red Toyota. The case against the Williams brothers seems airtight, but Benjamin Matthew has one last trick up his sleeve.
We brought him back up to Shasta County to house him pending our murder trial. And was in a single cell by himself and made up his bed as though someone were sleeping in it. Got behind a corner in the wall in the cell and used the razor blade to commit suicide.
Benjamin Matthews' death proves a major blow to the prosecution's case.
It hurt our case because really part of what we were banking on was the dynamic before a jury in a courtroom. To be able to establish before the jury by admissible evidence all of the links between these two brothers, all the things they did together, all the activities, all the evidence that showed the two of them were in this together. It was the two of them that did that, and it's the two of them that are here before you for trial today. We ultimately determined that with the changed circumstances, it was highly unlikely that we would be able to obtain the death penalty from a jury against Tyler alone.
Benjamin Matthews' final act works. James Tyler Williams pleads guilty to the murders, but avoids the death penalty.
Tyler received a sentence of 33 years to life in prison, all of which is to be served consecutive to the 21 years that he received in federal prison. So a total, in essence, of 54 years to life. And we feel very confident that this is a man who will never see the outside of a state prison again.
I think Matt, even though he was not ultimately convicted on the homicide charges, that he failed in his goal of igniting this racial holy war.
They felt that they were God's hand on this earth. None of us are that. And they had to be held accountable for what they did and placed in positions where they could never hurt anyone ever again.
Let me say again, to those who feed on hate, so they will hear me loud and clear, your malicious acts of bigotry have only succeeded in bringing our communities together even stronger.
Los Angeles, California. From around the world, people are attracted to its perpetual sun, million-dollar homes, and movie stars. It is a place where dreams come true. But for some, Los Angeles proves to be as much a facade as any flimsy Hollywood movie set. August 17th, 2000. Another beautiful California day. Layla Ishmaililova was to pick up her friend Luda.
Do you remember?
Knowing Luda to be a notoriously heavy sleeper, Layla tries the door.
Wake up, honey. It's a beautiful day.
To her surprise, she finds the door unlocked.
Ты где? Люда! Люда! Come on, baby, wake up! Oh, come on, давай уже вставай, сколько можно спать? Кто рано встает, тому Бог дает. Люда? Люда, you okay? Люда! Люда, no, please! Люда, wake up! Wake up!
A mysterious woman.
She was at the dead body, and they were trying to figure out who she was.
A tenacious detective.
I'm assigned a murder case. I'm motivated to solve it.
An underworld of ruthless criminals.
We thought we may be looking at a contract murder from the Russian Mafia.
The solution hinging on ballistics. Can investigators unravel the web of lies and discover a killer's identity? A beautiful woman lies murdered in her apartment. Detectives from the Los Angeles Police Department Robbery Homicide Division wonder who she is and why someone would want her dead.
Layla Ishmaililova was a good friend of Luda's, and they were supposed to meet that day, earlier in the day, and go to Magic Mountain together. And she had contacted Luda earlier in the day, prior to the murder, and made the arrangements, and later on that day tried to call her again, but there was no answer. So after a number of times of trying to get a hold of her, she decided to go over and see where she is or what happened. Maybe the phone was disconnected. And that's when she discovered her.
Investigators wonder what this beautiful woman could have done to receive such a horrific beating. Whatever the reason, she had clearly crossed the wrong people. Investigators learned that the victim's name was Ludmila Petushenko, or Luda as she was known to her friends. Luda had recently arrived in the United States from the Ukraine, where she had left behind her daughter and family.
Luda was very close with her daughter, was constantly calling, writing and sending money home to her mother and daughter. Her mother was watching her daughter at that time because she had been separated from her husband. And her goal was to bring her mother, daughter, and sister to this country to live and hopefully have a better life here.
Forensic pathologist Luis Pena is called in to examine the body.
Immediately, the first trauma that I noticed to her body was a distinct gunshot wound to the chest. On the right side of her cheek, right in front of the ear, she had 4 distinct linear, I call them, or like a line. There were 4 distinct abrasions that I noted.
While Pena studies the mysterious marks, forensic technicians scour the crime scene looking for clues. A single .45 caliber shell casing is found in the bedroom. A minute trail of blood is discovered leading away from the body. Police know that whoever the killer is, they have blood on their shoes. As the search continues, investigators begin to get a better picture of exactly who Luda was.
We also discovered in the closet of her bedroom there was nothing but nighties and negligee. There was no regular clothing that person would wear out in the street, normal day clothing. We found a large quantity of condoms that were in a side drawer next to the bed, and which gave us an idea of what her employment was.
It also gave investigators an idea of who her killer might be.
We thought it could have been a customer or a John that was unhappy with her or tried to rob her and then eventually killed her.
Hoping that the building's security camera may have recorded the John coming and going, investigators seize videotape and send it for electronic enhancement. In an effort to learn more about the comings and goings at Luda's apartment, investigators question Luda's landlord, Mayor Hakopian.
Luda's a nice girl, pays rent on time, smiles, always good.
But Hakopian had no knowledge that Luda was a prostitute and no idea who might have killed her. Suspecting that one of Luda's regular clients might know who the killer is, investigators decide to put a trace on the dead woman's phone line. But when they contact the phone company, they're shocked to learn that someone has beaten them to the punch.
Somebody's already tapped the line? Well, who the hell is it? What do you mean you can't tell me?
The line has been tapped by the FBI. Suddenly, what seemed like the relatively simple murder of a Russian prostitute is about to become much more disturbing. But just how much, Brian McCartan could never have imagined. Detectives investigating the murder of Russian prostitute Luda Petashenko discover that it is far from routine. In fact, whatever she was mixed up in, it was important enough for someone to tap her phone line.
Really appreciate you guys helping us out with this.
That someone was the FBI. They had tapped Luda's phone because they suspected she was one of a number of Russian women who had been smuggled illegally into the United States. The FBI provides LAPD with surveillance photos of Russians suspected to be part of the huge and well-organized operation, any one of whom could be Luda's killer.
It's an amazing phenomenon, this trafficking business. 500,000 women a year from the former Soviet Union flee to the West to become prostitutes. That's just a shocking number.
Like so many of these women, Luda had left behind her loved ones for the dream of a better life. But somewhere along the way, Luda's dream had gone terribly wrong.
They would start in either Moscow, Ukraine, St. Petersburg. Then the girls would go to an intermediate stop, usually in Europe. Sometimes they would be seasoned by working in bordellos in Czech Republic or in Amsterdam. And then from Amsterdam, they would fly them to Mexico City.
Before being smuggled illegally into the United States, the women are taken to a villa the Russians maintain just south of the U.S. border. The villa serves as a training school for the women, where they are groomed and supplied with American clothing. The smuggling operation is headed by career criminal Sergei Mezeritsky. For the naive Luda, the villa is a shocking glimpse into her own future.
American.
Before leaving the villa, the women are taught critical phrases in case they're caught by American authorities.
American citizen.
Under cover of darkness, the women are brought into the United States, arriving by boat in San Diego. Once in the country, the women are sold to pimps and madams. The new owner pays Sergei for all their transportation costs. Now the women are expected to repay that debt, and then some.
Давай, пошли, вперед, давай! Вперед! Давай, 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 машину!
Well, I think most of them owe anywhere from $10,000 to $20,000. That gets them into America, pays their visa, transport, training in Mexico, the sort of risk aversion aspects of avoiding the police and stuff like that. And then they were expected to sort of work as a prostitute for anywhere from 6 months to a year to earn out that $10,000.
To ensure the women don't run away, the pimp seizes their passports. The passports will be returned when the pimp is paid off. The girls are then free to go. Or are they? Had Luda Pedashenko been killed by her pimp?
Dr. Pena?
Autopsy findings confirm that the killer meant to do maximum damage.
There's some lines on the side of her face here. They look like scratches, but they weren't made.
A .45 caliber slug is recovered. It has torn the victim to pieces.
It goes through the heart, goes through the lung, goes through the backbone, through the spinal cord, and the bullet ended up in the right back soft tissue area.
The killer also delivered a vicious beating.
The amount of trauma that Ms. Pedashenko sustained to her head, to her lip, to her neck, and to the upper chest area was done by multiple blows.
You see this gunshot bullet hole?
The body reveals one final cryptic clue.
I remember Ms. Pedashenko had long white acrylic nails. They were not broken, an indication that she was probably not struggling very well. In other words, if you look at the back of her hands, the back of her arms, there's nothing to indicate she's warding off blows.
No sign of struggle. no breaks, no traces of blood or skin, which means she never had a chance to use them. Never defended herself at all. Now, as you can see, there's a number of lines here.
The killer had somehow incapacitated Luda before she could defend herself. But how? Did it have something to do with the odd marks on the side of Luda's face and jaw? For investigators, the autopsy has raised as many questions as it has provided answers. With no concrete leads, McCartan returns to the crime scene, hoping to find some overlooked clue.
As the case progresses, we learn more and more about our victims, and we become a little closer to that person because we're learning about who they were, their lives. We're meeting their families, their friends. We're human beings. We have emotions as well, so we do feel for these people. The more we learn about them.
But in order to catch Luda's killer, police will have to descend into the murky world of prostitution, alien smuggling, and Russian organized crime. The murder of Russian prostitute Luda Pedashenko leads LAPD detectives to illegal alien smuggling and high-end prostitution operations. It also leads them to an even more dangerous threat: the power behind the prostitution business, the Russian Mafia.
Deluxe prostitution has been a big business in Los Angeles as long as Hollywood has been here. The biggest clients of the fancy prostitution racket are movie people, whether stars, producers, agents. Writers can't afford it, but a few of them, when they win an Oscar, maybe can. But in any case, it's one of the perks of living in Hollywood is access to beautiful women on an instant basis.
After the fall of the Iron Curtain, many career criminals fled the former Soviet Union. They were attracted to Los Angeles and the decadent lifestyle they had seen portrayed in American films. They were also attracted to the prostitution business and the big money they could make in it. Police know that if they are going to get anywhere with the hardened criminals, they will need someone fluent in Russian on their side.
We decided that we needed to have a translator for us because there's nothing more difficult to investigate a case where you can't speak the same language as the people you're talking to. We searched the department to try and find someone that we could bring on loan to our unit.
Investigators find their man in David Krumer.
Well, I was born in the city of Kiev in the Ukraine. I came here in 1975. Although I came here when I was 3 years old, I still retained the Russian language by speaking with my parents and several friends. The Russian language skills that they needed, I possessed. In addition to that, I also understood a little bit about the Russian culture, being Russian myself, because you have to know not just the language, but some kind of the social mores and kind of the attitudes of the people that you're going to be interviewing as well.
All right, so just to bring you up to speed, what started off as a murder investigation for us became much more when the
With Krumer on board, the investigators begin pouring through new FBI intelligence. It reveals some startling information. Mayor Hakopian was much more than just Luda's landlord.
I interviewed him a few weeks ago.
Mayor Hakopian was also Luda's pimp, one of the new breed of Russian criminal moving in on the lucrative Los Angeles prostitution business. Whether she liked it or not, Luda was now the property of Mayor Hakopian.
Girls, come on, smile. Worst is over. Bad part of trip all done now. There's many very nice men here. They'll treat you very good. Nice to see you. Mayor?
With Krumer acting as translator, Mayer is re-interviewed. This time, he cannot avoid the investigators' questions.
You lied to us.
Not lie. Small tip.
Капитан, зачем вы врете нам?
They accuse him of killing Luda over some
knew what she did
prostitution-related
You
disagreement.
weren't her landlord. You were her pimp.
But Mayer insists that he had nothing to do with the murder. Investigators discover that Luda was pulling in big money in the prostitution game.
Why would I shoot Luda? She makes money, lots of money for me. I would not kill her. I'm not a killer.
She had only been in the country approximately 3 months, and she had already paid off her passage. She would make between $100 to $300 per customer that would come to her apartment.
Investigators begin to wonder if, rather than being an exploited victim, Luda had actually embraced her new lucrative lifestyle.
Yes, there are those people that are going to say, well, she's a prostitute, she's demeaning herself, and she's not a moral person. But you have to understand that over there is a premium placed on taking care of your loved ones. And if that means that you have to resort to some illegal means to do it, then that's just what you do sometimes.
Many of them are well-educated and have university degrees in Russia. In Russia, that buys them nothing. And so a lot of them work as call girls because there they can get not quite American wages, but far better wages than anything that they could earn in Russia. So when they come to Los Angeles and they can get $1,000 an hour, even though they have to give it all to the handlers, they see the pot of gold.
Luda was very good at her job. But when police discovered that she had saved over $15,000 in 3 months, they doubt that even she was that good. How had she made that money? The answer lies with the man that brought her into the country, Sergei Mezeritsky.
Sergei Mezeritsky was involved in a lot of things, from stealing cars or VIN switches to prostitution. So he's had police contacts in the past.
We know he was involved with transporting a number of illegals into the country. We knew that he was a scammer. We know that our auto theft section was investigating him as a car thief. So we didn't put it below him to kill somebody.
So we were able to talk to him, and we kind of explained to him, hey, just help us with our investigation with regards to the murder, and we're not interested in all of your other activities.
Is your name Sergei Mezeritsky? Mezeritsky.
Mezeritsky is so confident of his innocence that he even agrees to take a polygraph exam.
The focus of the polygraph exam with Serge was to determine if he had any knowledge regarding the murder of Luda. Was he present during her murder?
No.
Or did he know who was guilty of that?
No. Do you know who shot Luda Pedashenko? No.
Despite Mezeritsky's confident demeanor, the polygraph maps subtle changes in his physiology. It's proof he's not telling investigators the whole story.
Ну? Ну. Баранки гну.
Плохие новости. Плохие новости, дружок.
Who is this guy? Test. What does he mean I failed the polygraph?
He was absolutely shocked that he didn't pass his poly because he was very confident that he could pass any test that we throw at him.
Слышал такое? Помоги себе сам. Вот давай, рассказывай. Всю правду рассказывай.
Sergei Mezeritsky decides to come clean. He explains that he had recently taken on a new partner in the alien smuggling business. But investigators are stunned when Mezeritsky reveals that his new business partner was none other than murder victim Luda Pedashenko. Investigators searching for the killer of Russian prostitute Luda Pedashenko are shocked to learn that she was far more than a hooker, that she was actually part of a complicated and well-organized white slavery ring. Her business partner, Sergei Mezeritsky, explains that Luda was tired of being a servant. She wanted to be a real partner in a business where she could make big money, and that business was alien smuggling. Luda's plan interested Sergei. She had contacts back in Russia and could recruit an almost endless supply of women. Sergei could supply the transportation Luda needed. It was a win-win situation. Once in Los Angeles, Luda showcased the girls for prospective pimps and madams. Luda could make between $6,000 and $8,000 per girl. Police tracked down one of Luda's girls. She explains that after being sold to a madam, she had refused to prostitute herself.
I don't want to be a prostitute anymore.
The angry madam sent her enforcer, a man named Armenian Mike, to have a chat with her.
And he was there to more or less pressure her into working and doing what she was supposed to. While he was there, he physically abused her and raped her. When she told us that right away clicked in our head that this individual, he has a tendency towards violence. This is a good possibility here.
Investigators also learned one other important detail. The madam felt that Luda hadn't held up her end of the deal, so she had sent Armenian Mike to have a chat with Luda as well.
Armenian Mike.
Why you not like KGB?
I'm not KGB. I'm just a regular guy, you know.
What do you want?
Where are money?
What money?
What do you mean, what
Armenian Mike is interviewed, but despite the precarious situation the suspect finds himself in, he remains unfazed.
Don't kill Luda.
Russian criminals are more brazen in the United States because, quite honestly, there are less consequences for them. They've probably done time over there.
I'm telling you where...
Don't touch me, you
Where
understand?
are money?
Don't touch me.
If they get caught here, they may or may not do time because they understand that there are a lot of technicalities involved with the law over here. Worst case scenario, if they do a crime out here, like a capital crime like murder, they can always just fly back to their home country and not even worry about any consequences here at all.
Having provided an alibi, Armenian Mike walks free. But investigators are far from convinced that he is innocent. In fact, he joins a growing list of suspects, including Luda's pimp, Mayor Hakopian, and alien smuggler and business partner, Sergei Mezeritsky.
They were all in the business. They had contact with Ludmila. They were involved with getting money from Ludmila. And so, in our opinion, they were a possible suspect.
But the list of suspects is about to grow even longer.
We received information from an FBI source involved in the Russian community that there's an individual that worked for Sergei as the muscle, did odd jobs for Sergei by the name of Alexander Gabay, and his nickname was Boxer.
The FBI's informant had been drinking with Gabay, who was heavily intoxicated.
Started to ramble on about feeling bad that he killed that woman and left her 2-year-old child motherless in Kiev.
Is Boxer somehow the key to solving Luda's murder? Investigators are soon to learn that when it comes to the world of Russian organized crime, nothing is as it seems. After days of intensive investigation, Los Angeles detectives now find themselves with 4 suspects in the murder of Luda Petyshenko. Her pimp, Mayor Hikopian, alien smuggling partner Sergei Mezaritsky, Armenian Mike, enforcer for an angry madam, and Alexander Gabay, also known as Boxer, who worked as muscle for Mezaritsky. As investigators look into his background, what emerges is a picture of a man unlikely to be a murderer.
Yep, right. Alexander Gabay came here, I think, in his late teens. Went to some American schools, got an engineering degree, architectural engineering degree. Was a smart person. Wasn't some uneducated idiot off the street. He had a job, he had his own business where he would design, architecture design for different companies. He was like a subcontractor. He was a welder. He welded art for him.
Alexander Gabay got the nickname of Boxer because, as it turns out, he had done some fighting back in the former Soviet Union. I guess he had some minor title fights and did fairly well, so the nickname of Boxer simply stayed.
Investigators attempt to learn more about Alexander Gabay and his relationship with Luda.
The girls that were transported in by Luda knew of Alexander Gabay. They had met him at a party, and they knew that one of the girls that had come in with them, that had been transported into the country with him, Oksana Meshkova, was dating him.
What we know for certain about Oksana Meshkova is that when she was brought into the country, she was a little bit heavier, not quite as attractive as some of the other girls.
А ты куда смотришь? А ну-ка смотри сюда. American citizen. Что, не слышишь меня, га? Не слышишь? Ты что, дура?
Police learned that Luda had several run-ins with Oksana.
Some of the other pimps and madams, they didn't want to take her off of our victim's hands. There was even some talk that Oksana refused to prostitute herself out, even though she kind of knew that that's what she'd be expected to do when she got here.
By refusing to work as a prostitute, it meant that Oksana had no way of paying Luda back for the cost of transportation.
Как ты работаешь?
I don't work for you anymore.
What do you mean you don't work for me anymore?
It also meant that Luda would be out thousands of dollars.
Put your hands on me.
Investigators wonder if Oksana killed Luda to escape paying her debt.
Do you know how much money you owe me?
Who knows how much money I owe you? Why don't you just go look at some of your other women? Why don't you leave me alone? Get out of here.
Don't piss me off.
While police try to figure out how Oksana and Gabay fit into the puzzle, they receive a vital clue. The enhanced security video has come back. The tape shows Gabay and Oksana entering Luda's apartment building on the morning of her murder. But when interviewed, the couple denies having ever been at Luda's apartment.
You'd never been to her apartment?
No.
Дорогая моя, чушь это все. Просто чушь, чепуха, понимаешь? У тебя был мотив, у тебя было все. И мы знаем, что ты Люду сукой называла.
No.
No. And you've never been to her apartment?
No, I have never been to her apartment.
You don't know her?
Question is gonna be always
Ну так дай нам ответ нормальный, да?
А какой ты хочешь ответ? Я никого не убивал, что вы меня заебали уже здесь.
Police know that the pair are covering up something. But what? Believing Oksana to be the weaker of the two, detectives confront her.
I've got you on tape with Gabay going into her apartment around the time of her murder.
So?
So?
Proves nothing.
Oksana Meshkova stated that the original purpose that she and Alexander Gabay had come to the victim's apartment was to get information about one of Oksana's friends that Luda had ended up selling to a different pimp.
I'm not even listening to you. Now you start speaking to me.
Она что, не слышит меня?
Luda refused to help, and an argument ensued.
Speak American, speak American. I am not.
Something had happened in that apartment, and police are determined to find the answer. Investigators execute a search warrant on Gabay's house.
We've got 45s. We've got...
During the search, we found a number of weapons within the residence. We could see that he had used this kind of a warehouse-type location as a shooting range, and we found a number of expended rounds shot into a wall, which we collected.
Number 2.
At the crime scene, there was a trail of blood that was leading away from the body, and as it led away, it dissipated more and more. So we felt whoever it was had blood on their shoe. So we collected 17 pairs of his shoes and booked those into evidence and had those. Those are our primary things we looked at, had those shoes analyzed for blood.
Tests confirm that the blood is Luda Pedashenko's, but Alexander Gabay's shoes hold one more clue.
Hey, partner, wanna come and have a look what I got?
What do you got here?
Jeez, would you look at this?
Alexander Gabay wasn't just a boxer, he was a kickboxer.
Boxer. Looks like...
We looked at the shoe and saw a pattern. Thought about the victim's face and the striations and the pattern on her face, and we believed that that was from his kick. He kicked her on the side of the face and the neck, which left this sort of pattern that in our opinion, matched the shoe.
To investigators, it now seems clear that Gabay had badly beaten Luda. But the question they still must answer is, just who exactly pulled the trigger? Enhanced video footage proves that Oksana Meshkova and Alexander Gabay were in murder victim Luda Pedashenko's apartment on the morning she was killed. Forensic evidence suggests that Gabay beat Luda, but just who pulled the trigger remains cloaked in mystery. Oksana had as much reason, if not more than Gabay, to see Luda dead.
From everything that we could tell, she had just as much motive, and from the reports that we got, she seemed to be a pretty cold, callous person, also capable of doing the crime.
Just go look at some of your other women. Why don't you leave me alone? Get out of here.
And what are you gonna do about it?
Suddenly, Oksana has an unexpected change of heart.
Go to Luda's apartment.
She was not willing to go to jail the rest of her life. She's 23 years old, or 24 years old at this time. And she got a taste of what LA County Jail was like and realized this is not what she wanted.
You're a very young woman. You're looking at 25 years, unless you give me something really worthwhile.
So we met with her and her attorney and the DA, and she advised us about a man by the name of Marvin Graham. Marvin Graham and Alex were friends. They were good friends, they were drinking buddies.
Oksana reveals that on the morning of the murder, Graham had driven the couple to Luda's apartment. He waited in the car while they went inside.
He, in my belief, was unaware of the fact that there was going to be a murder or they were going to shoot anybody.
Right now, where is the girl?
Я не знаю, где она! Что я тебе сказала? Я не знаю, где она!
Speak American, speak
Get out of my
American!
house!
I am not leaving your house! I am not leaving your house! Get out of my face! I don't care what you do to her! You can kill that bitch! Сука!
Давай, Оксана, пошли, быстрее.
About 20 minutes later, they returned. Oksana got in the back seat, Alex got in the front, turned to Marvin and said, I shot her. I had to shoot her. And then they left.
Graham then drove Gabay and Oksana to the ocean, where they spent the rest of the day drinking and trying to forget.
Here's over there, man.
Gabay then asks Graham for a favor. Gabay has taken the murder weapon apart. He keeps the barrel and gives the rest of the gun to Graham, who is to ditch it for him. To ensure that the gun cannot be traced, Gabay destroys the barrel. But Gabay has made a fatal error. Instead of disposing of the murder weapon, Graham has kept it. Facing accessory to murder charges, Graham hands investigators the remains of the .45 semi-automatic murder weapon. When a bullet is fired, tiny marks are left on the slug as it travels down the barrel. These marks mean that the bullet can be traced back to a specific gun. Since Gabay has destroyed the gun barrel, police must find another way to connect the gun to the murder scene. They look to the shell casing retrieved from the crime scene. When a gun is fired, there are also distinctive markings left on the shell casing as it's ejected by the gun. What Gabay doesn't realize is these markings can also be used to connect the murder weapon to the crime scene. Using a rebuilt gun, ballistics expert Diana Paul fires off a shot. The cartridge case is collected and compared to the cartridge found in Luda's apartment.
The first thing that we would look at is the breech face impression. That would be in this area. And the ejector, which would be in this area. And those two marks allowed me to connect the evidence cartridge case, the evidence from the murder scene, to the gun connected to Gabay.
Alexander Gabay is arrested and stands trial for the murder of Luda Pedashenko.
My strategy was to try to keep the focus on the crime itself, on the murder, without getting into too much of the extraneous other crimes that may have been associated in terms of the white slavery, the smuggling of women to the U.S., the prostitution, the pimping and prostitution that was going on around them, but that there was a murder. It was sort of a personal murder. Everybody testified. Oksana testified, the driver Marvin testified, the DNA people, the ballistics people, all those witnesses were at the trial.
But at the trial, Gabay still has one surprise up his sleeve.
Gabay's defense was that Oksana did it, he didn't do it. It was a total he said, she said. He blamed it on her.
Gabay insists that it was Oksana who pulled the gun from her purse and then shot the helpless Luda. Gabay says that he only told Graham that he fired the gun in order to protect Oksana. But once again, forensic science reveals the truth.
Problem was that in the videotape showing them going in and out of the apartment building, there is never a purse. In fact, she's dressed in a very skimpy spaghetti strap top or shirt, and there is no purse in that video. And so he made a mistake, and it cost him. He made a mistake because there is no way she could have been carrying the gun. Jury convicted Gabay. He was found guilty of second-degree murder. That's a 15 to life sentence in California, and they also found to be true that he used a gun causing death. That's a 25-year to life enhancement. So his total time in prison will be 40 years to life. He'll have to serve 85% of that time before he's even eligible for a parole hearing.
Luda's murder and Gabay's conviction brought about sweeping changes.
Once Luda was murdered and a spotlight was shown on the Russian prostitution business, the Vice Division of the Los Angeles Police Department decided we better crack down. And once they started looking, the pipeline from Mexico dried up. Women stopped coming because they want to come here and get arrested. They really defanged the prostitution business in Los Angeles. They scared all the Russian mobsters here out of the prostitution business. No, I think what we forget is the victim in this story. I mean, we knew nothing about her hopes, dreams, but I have a feeling here was a woman who came to Los Angeles and probably wanted to go to that beach and to go out to the Santa Monica Pier and ride on the Ferris wheel and enjoy the freedom and beauty of life in California. The California had so many promises for everybody else in the story, and for her, Los Angeles, California, America was not the promised land.
Luda Pedashenko's dreams were twisted by her own ambition. She paid with her life, and it cost her daughter a mother. Barrie, Ontario, Canada. An hour's drive north of Toronto, Barrie is a vibrant commuter town. In 1993, it was so popular that it was one of the fastest-growing cities in Canada. It was a model of suburban success, but all of that was about to change. For cabbie Fred Shabcott, it was a night like any other. Just another fair in Barrie's industrial South End. Or so it seemed. Later, a night shift worker spots the cab. He sees someone sitting in the driver's seat. Not giving it a second thought, he returns to his work. As he leaves the next morning, the janitor is surprised to find the cab still there. Curious, he decides to investigate.
Hey, I got kids, man.
A brutal series of murders.
It was probably the most horrific and emotionally charged investigation I've ever been involved with.
An unknown killer stalks a terrorized city.
There was shock and fear in the community. There's people getting slaughtered, and what's going on?
Can police and forensic science stop the killer's rampage before he strikes again? Taxi driver Fred Shabcott is found dead in the backseat of his cab. Barrie City Police, led by Detective Mark Holden, attend the crime scene. Holden immediately knows that the case will be challenging.
Cabs are transient. You have many people in a day, many people over a lifetime of a cab in both the front and the back of a taxi cab. We weren't sure what we were going to get out of the cab. We weren't sure what could have been transferred by different people, whether it was the killer or whether it were just regular patrons that used the cab.
Where to, buddy?
21 Industrial Street.
Holden is also troubled by the victim himself. Who would want to kill Fred Shabcott?
46-year-old Fred Shabcott was found dead in the back of his deluxe cab behind a Barrie industrial complex. Employees of the cab company where Shabcott worked for 13 years called his death a senseless killing.
Very quiet guy, very honest driver, and we were good friends.
Friends and relatives of Fred Shapcott are sad and angry over his death. Pat Foran, CFTO News, Barrie.
I'll take him downtown. I'll get back to you. Fred Shapcott was a good citizen. He was a good person. He had been separated from his wife. He had a single child. There's absolutely no reason for us to believe that anybody would want any ill will or to hurt Fred at all.
Because he was a taxi driver, police consider Shapcott a high-risk victim. Any passenger he picked up could have been the killer.
There was absolutely no reason for us to believe that it was family-related or relationship-related, which made it more difficult knowing that the killer was somebody that Fred did not know, somebody that was not necessarily a member of the community that could have been transient through the city.
Forensic experts descend on the car, looking for evidence.
Every contact leaves a trace. The basic premise upon which all trace evidence is built goes back to something that was said by Edmond Locard, who was a French physicist in about 1930. He said that the microscopic debris that covers our bodies are the mute witnesses, sure and faithful of all our actions and all our encounters. He suggested that any time two objects come into contact, there's always a transfer of material between them.
Because the killer was the last person in the cab, their trace evidence will be found on top of any other passengers. It's now up to investigators to retrieve it.
The examination for trace evidence commences normally with a technique called taping. And taping is simply the use of special cellulose adhesive tape to methodically pad down the surface of an item. And the thought is that any adhering hairs and fibers that might be present on an item are transferred to the sticky side of the tape. Those pieces of tape can then be transferred to a clear sheet protector where they can be isolated and protected against contamination.
After being cataloged, the collected material is sent for microscopic analysis. Forensic technicians continue to scour the car's interior. As investigators analyze key pieces of evidence recovered from inside the cab, a picture emerges of what happened to Fred Shapcott on the night of his murder. Bloodstains indicate that Shapcott was attacked in the front seat.
And jeez! Hey, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? You don't have to do this. You don't have to do. Ah! You can have the money.
A shoe print found on the cab's windshield suggests that Shapcott was dragged over the seat into the rear of the cab. Hairs found on the cab's roof liner support the theory. A large stain on the rear floorboard suggests that Fred Shapcott was repeatedly stabbed there and left to die in a pool of his own blood. While investigators now know how Fred Shapcott died, they're still no closer to identifying the killer. Or are they? Earlier on the night of Fred Shapcott's murder, 3 violent offenders escaped from a nearby federal penal institution. The trio hot-wired a truck and set out on a direct route for their hometown. Their path would take them directly through the city of Barrie and leave behind a trail of blood. Police wonder if the brutal murder of Barrie cabbie Fred Shapcott is related to the escape of 3 violent convicts from a nearby correctional facility.
One of the suspects had a conviction for manslaughter in the past as a result of a robbery, and the other 2 had history of robbery and violent offenses.
The 3 men took off from the Beaver Creek Minimum Security Institution in Gravenhurst sometime before midnight last night. It's not the first time violent offenders have walked away from this institution. This latest escape has residents worried again.
There's cons loose, there's people getting slaughtered, and what's going on?
Police say the three men may be in a stolen 1980 Chev pickup truck. The truck is white and blue with the license plate number XA2246.
While police search for the three suspected killers, the citizens of Barrie grow concerned.
Barrie was a small city. It still had a small town atmosphere here. Initially, there was shock. People were wondering what the heck is going on and wanting to know more from the police.
To reassure the nervous public that they are safe, police vow to track down the convicts. Unfortunately for the town of Barrie, things are about to get much worse. Police are called to a Peel Street residence in a quiet Barrie neighborhood. Ellsworth Beers, his granddaughter, Pamela Constable, and her friend, Scott Seabrook, have missed church. The trio is deeply religious. Not going to church is completely out of character. Searching the house, the officer realizes that something is wrong. Very wrong.
Officer 254, Officer 254 requesting backup.
Come in, 254.
We have a possible homicide at 138 Peel Street.
The area was sealed off by officers so we could restrict traffic in and out, and the investigators and forensic identification then re-entered the house and to take photographs, initial photographs of the crime scene.
85-year-old Ellsworth Beers, his granddaughter, 22-year-old Pamela Constable, and 28-year-old Scott Seabrook were found strangled and stabbed in Beers Peel Street home.
Ellsworth Beers and Scott Seabrook have been stabbed repeatedly. Both men have been bound hand and foot. A ligature has been used to strangle Pamela Constable. She too has been bound hand and foot.
Hey, let me play some cards here.
All right.
All right, everybody.
Police cannot understand why anyone would want to hurt these three people.
Ellsworth Beers, Pamela Constable, and Scott Seabrook were devout Christians. They were very much pillars of the community and forms of strength for their families. They were people with no known or apparent vices, and everyone we interviewed, family, friends, all spoke very, very highly of them. There was nothing to indicate these people were at risk at all.
4 murders within days of one another rocked the small city of Barrie. Citizens wonder if the triple homicide is connected to the murder of Fred Shapcott. They also wonder, when will the killer strike again?
People are getting killed, not just killed, brutally murdered. There was shock and fear in the community. People were locking their doors. People were afraid. It was a small town, and that was just too much killing in too short of a period of time. People were angry. They wanted to know why police weren't giving them more answers, and they wanted more answers.
Police scour the crime scene for those answers. But even veteran forensic investigators are shocked by the brutality of the murders.
When we attended at the scene, it was a very gruesome homicide. And these things do affect the people that attend at them. And obviously, with it being a triple homicide, we have triple the amount of work.
Forensic investigators decide to use Illumilight to search the large and complex crime scene for clues.
It's a non-destructive light source, which enables you to examine for evidence without using powder or without using chemicals.
The Lumilight causes bodily fluids, fingerprints, fibers, and foot impressions that are normally invisible to the eye to fluoresce. Through specially colored lenses, the evidence can then be seen. Around the house, numerous fingerprints are discovered. All belong to the victims, except for one. The fingerprint is dusted and lifted from the surface. Police file the print, believing that it will eventually help to identify the killer. The killer's cold-blooded nature is becoming chillingly clear. He had taken the time to eat some popcorn and watch television. In fact, the killer appears so confident that he has made no attempt to hide what might be the most important clue.
Well, there was an impression left within the blood, a foot impression, that had clearly been wearing a sock.
At some point during his rampage, the killer had walked through his victim's blood wearing only his socks. For police, the footprint is a major break in the case. Now, can they use this clue to stop a madman before he kills again? Within days of one another, 4 brutal murders rocked the small community of Barrie. While investigators search for clues to the killer's identity, their top suspects, 3 violent escaped convicts, remain on the loose. As the manhunt continues, an equally intensive forensic investigation is underway. One major clue is the ropes used to bind the Peel Street victims.
The potential for the knots to provide a clue to the killer's identity could indicate that someone has training in boating or in military or something to that effect. Something to give us somewhere to go as to identifying who it was.
The ropes are sent to knot expert Robert Chisnell for examination.
My job was simply to look at all the knots, measure the ligatures, and identify all of the knots and see if there was any patterns that might help me. Most knots are the garden variety knots that you find on your shoelaces, the kind of knots that people use to tie up their garbage bags and so forth. Most people will tie these knots out of habit from about the age 5 onward the same way throughout their life.
Examining the knots from the crime scene, Chisnell makes a crucial discovery. He finds that there are 2 distinctly different knots. They are mirror images of one another.
And that suggested to me that certain knots were tied by one person and the other group was possibly tied by a second person.
Chisnell's theory reinforces police suspicions that the 3 escaped convicts are responsible for the murders. At the morgue, autopsies conducted on the Peel Street murder victims reveal several important clues. One wound on Scott Seabrook is of particular interest.
There was one unique wound to the back of his neck, which was a small vertical cut, and it seemed to be on its own, not in relation to the other cuts. It suggested to me a type of a military stab, that it was something to quickly incapacitate someone.
Besides the mysterious knife wound, the autopsy reveals one other important finding.
Pam Constable was found bound and fully clothed, and it was not until the autopsy that evidence of sexual assault was found.
Sperm samples are sent to a forensic laboratory for DNA testing. With the evidence mounting, all police need now is a suspect. And finally, they get the break they've been hoping for.
Police conducted a search of a South London neighborhood last night after receiving a tip. They recaptured 3 inmates from the Beaver Creek Minimum Security Institution in Gravenhurst sometime before midnight last night. Homicide officers are questioning the recaptured inmates.
What's the big deal now? You guys just don't send me back. Just got a few questions for you.
Within hours, Barrie police are grilling the suspects about their involvement in the murders. They deny having anything to do with the killings.
We stopped at a gas station, we got some gas. I told you, we were just trying to go home. We were just trying to go to London.
They claim to have passed through Barrie before Fred Shapcott's murder, and to have been long gone by the time of the triple homicide.
I don't know nothing about no cab driver. We didn't kill no cabby. We stole a pickup truck, all right? We stole a pickup truck. We went to a gas station. Start check, Dad.
Police seized surveillance footage from a gas bar where the convicts claim to have stopped on their way out of Barrie. The footage corroborates their story. With their prime suspects eliminated, investigators find themselves back at square one. But what they don't know is that a new suspect is about to appear. One with an unhealthy interest in knots.
Hey, jeez! Hey, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? You don't have to do this. You don't have to do... Ah! You can have the money!
Police in the small town of Barrie have 4 vicious, unsolved murders on their hands.
We didn't kill nobody. We didn't kill no cabbie.
Their only concrete suspects, 3 escaped convicts, have been alibied.
Start check, Dad.
With no connection between the victims and only a handful of clues, investigators have little to go on. But then several witnesses come forward.
There was a gentleman called the police shortly after the bodies on Peel Street were found, Eric Ross. Eric said he was walking by the residence around 10 or 10:30 in the evening and could see in a large window and saw what he believed were 3 people inside the residence, 2 of them holding each other. He had given the impression he thought maybe the 2 of them were dancing, but he wasn't sure.
The impression we were left with was that, in fact, it was Pam and Scott who had been holding each other, and a third person who potentially could be our killer in the living room with them as well.
Now, I'd like you to take me back, if you would, to Saturday night.
Realizing that Eric Ross might hold the key to discovering the killer's identity, investigators use a forensic psychologist to conduct a hypnotic interview on him.
The mind works something like a videotape, and that what the hypnotic interview allows them to do is to be able to stop and freeze frame and then perhaps concentrate on one particular area, which would allow further questioning of that area and enhance their memory.
I see 2 people.
During the hypnotic interview, Ross pours through his memories. Clearly, the couple is Pamela Constable and Scott Seabrook. But no matter how hard Ross tries, he can remember nothing about the mysterious third person.
Is there anything else in the room?
A shadow.
Police also conduct a hypnotic interview on the employee who spotted Fred Shapcott's cab.
And then you see something. What do you see?
They hope that buried in the man's memories is the killer's identity.
Can you tell me anything about the car?
But once again, the investigators arrive at a dead end, and the citizens of Barrie want answers.
The taxi.
Well, certainly the community was anxious for us to find the person responsible or persons responsible for these murders. But obviously it's important for us to stay the course and in fact, ensure we have the proper evidence and in fact that we arrest the appropriate person or persons responsible.
But a tip to investigators provides them with more than a clue. It hands them a suspect. A very good suspect.
This suspect had a history with Ellsworth Beers. He had known him through the church that Ellsworth belonged with.
Mr. Beers?
How you doing, young man?
I'm well. How are you?
Fine, thanks. Nice day.
Beautiful day. Is Pam inside?
Yeah, she's in here somewhere.
Good. Good. Can she come out?
Well, I mean, you're here every day.
Yeah, so? What's the problem?
Let me be frank with you. I don't like the way you look at her.
What are you implying?
You might think you're not.
Okay, you know...
But I'm looking at her from a different aspect. She's young, she's vulnerable.
And she's my friend! Oh,
the information we were given is that this suspect had had a verbal confrontation with Ellsworth in the past.
Oh,
Get out of here!
Oh, great, yeah, fantastic!
Beat it!
Oh.
So I understand you have a relationship with Mr. Beers.
So you killed him, right?
No!
Don't lie to us.
Investigators interviewed the suspect, who admits to having had a conflict with Beers.
I had my problems with Ellsworth, but I'm no murderer.
Come on, kid.
Despite the suspect's claims of innocence, the investigators doubt his story.
We got 3 dead bodies, and you're the only person we can see.
As the investigation proceeded, eventually a search warrant was prepared and executed on his residence and his vehicle. The search warrant on this suspect's residence revealed several items that were of interest to us, including lengths of string that were tied into knots. The ligature we found was of interest to us because the victims, all of them, had some form of ligature attached to their bodies, and so we wanted to see if it was tied by the same person.
The knots are sent to expert Robert Chisnell for comparison. Police also discover a first aid manual. Someone has made a point of highlighting the section on asphyxiation.
Pam Constable was strangled, asphyxiated, and the book being highlighted to that certainly was of interest to us.
Investigators also hope to link the suspect to the bloody sock print.
Several of the items that we seized from this suspect's residence were pairs of shoes, and they were turned over to a forensic podiatrist who then examined the footprint impressions from the inside of the shoes and compared them to the bloody footprints found at the crime scene.
Investigators find one final damning piece of evidence, the suspect's fingerprint. Police compare the suspect's print with the unidentified one found at the Peel Street murders. The 2 prints are a match. Finally, police have their man. But they're about to discover that having a suspect and arresting him are 2 very different things.
So I understand you have a relationship with Mr. Beers.
Not really.
So you killed him, right?
I had my problems with Ellsworth, but I'm no murderer.
Investigators finally have the man they suspect is the vicious killer of a Barrie cab driver and 3 well-loved city residents.
Neighbor? He's my neighbor.
And not a moment too soon.
It was a strain on the resources of the police department and on the officers themselves. And yes, there's a strain or a pressure that you put on yourself to attempt to solve it because you've got 4 innocent people that have been brutally killed.
I understand he's got a very attractive granddaughter. Maybe you had some sort of relationship with her, maybe her boyfriend? Maybe you're a little infatuated with her. Is that it? Could that be it? I mean, you know, she's
No,
dead.
that couldn't be it!
Why not? Why
because I didn't do it!
But can investigators prove their case?
You're really a senile maniac. Has anyone ever told you that?
Murder victim Ellsworth Beers and the suspect were known to have had a confrontation. The suspect's fingerprint is discovered inside the victim's home. A forensic podiatrist compares the suspect's footprint to the killer's bloody sock print and concludes that they're a match. Convinced that they have enough for an arrest, investigators are shocked when they consult with prosecutors.
I told the police that I did not believe that we had sufficient evidence to lay charges against the suspect. It was a very difficult situation for the very police service at this time. Obviously, the Peel Street incidents had horrified our community. They believed, and I had no reason to disbelieve, that the suspect was in fact the perpetrator. My issue was that I need hard evidence before we charge an individual with a crime, particularly such a heinous crime.
You're apparently senile or crazy or something.
Buddy, watch
it. Hey, why don't you watch it?
On several occasions, the suspect had been inside the Peel Street residence. In court, it could easily be argued that the fingerprint had been left behind one of those times.
What's up?
The suspect had displayed an interest in knots. Police feel that is more than a coincidence. But knot expert Robert Chisnell isn't convinced.
I was provided some suspect samples, and I analyzed those, identified those, and compared them to the crime scene knots. And there was some similarities, there was some consistency. So it would suggest that one person could have tied them, but also other people could have tied them. It's not like a fingerprint. It's more like blood grouping or blood typing. The tying represented in the case in question might represent 25% of the population.
But how could Martin dispute the fact that the suspect's foot matched the bloody sock print?
There is a data bank which allows scientists to conclude that every DNA sample, and except for twins, of course, and every fingerprint are in fact unique to the population of the world. That type of data bank hadn't been developed yet for forensic podiatry. As a result, there cannot be a conclusion that a footprint is in fact that footprint of an individual person.
Don't lie to us.
Wipe that smirk off your face.
Unable to conclusively link the knots and the bloody footprint to the suspect, police are forced to let him go. But before investigators can act, the case takes a drastic turn. A cab is driving through a quiet Barrie neighborhood. A knife-wielding man has just attacked a boy and his mother. The boy has escaped, but his mother is not as lucky.
I'm scared. 911. It's okay, kid. It's okay. 911.
Within minutes, Barrie police are on the scene.
Stairs clear.
They know that somewhere in the house is the boy's wounded mother. They also know that the killer is in there too.
Police!
Coming face to face with the killer, police get the shock of their lives. After a teenage boy and his mother are attacked in their home, Barrie police race to the scene. They know the killer is still in the house.
Schultz. Are you all right, ma'am? Is he still in the home?
Police are stunned to discover the perpetrator is none other than murder witness Eric Ross.
Facing 4 counts of first-degree murder and 2 attempted murder charges is 28-year-old Eric Fitzgerald Ross of Sophia Street, Barrie. Ross is accused of killing 46-year-old Fred Shapcott, who was stabbed to death in the backseat of his taxi on October 2nd, and a triple homicide 2 days later.
Eric Ross came to our attention first as a witness, and we subsequently interviewed him on 8 different occasions. He was never our prime suspect.
Mr. Ross came to Canada when he was quite young. I believe he was 3 or 4. He had grown up with his mother in Simcoe County, spending time in both the Orillia area and the Barrie area.
News of the arrest stuns the community.
Some people thought it was a witch hunt. They couldn't believe that a young man who grew up in Barrie, went to high school here, could possibly be responsible for such horrible crimes. The fact that he was black made people think that somehow he was being picked on. They just couldn't believe that this could happen and wanted to believe that it was somebody from a big city, bad guys from a big city.
Although the public may have doubts, the evidence convinces police they've got their man.
There was one particular wound to the back of the boy's neck, which was again very similar to the vertical wound that Scott Seabrook had suffered. And it seemed to be a very precise, unusual location for a wound. And at that point, I believe that there was no doubt in my mind that Eric Ross was responsible for these murders.
To make sure an innocent man isn't sent to jail, defense attorney John Hill questions the prosecution's case.
A lot of this forensic evidence really made no sense because the question of linking Eric Ross to the scene was very problematic.
Hill notes that the police's not expert claimed 2 people had tied up the victims. Yet Eric Ross supposedly acted alone. Hill also points out that the police had several other suspects, including 3 escaped violent offenders,
You're really a senile maniac. Has
and
anyone ever
another
told
that
that?
police were prepared to charge. The same suspect whose foot a forensic podiatrist was ready to testify left the bloody sock print at the murder scene. To negate the defense's arguments, investigators turned to forensic science. Police take Ross's footprints and send them to a second forensic podiatrist who finds that Ross's foot could also have left the sock print.
We have a witness, Eric, that saw you with the light on in the cab.
But the most damning evidence comes from Eric Ross himself during a grueling 24-hour interview.
Look at you, Eric, you're all covered in blood. Look at you, you're a goddamn junkie.
Police discover Ross is a heroin and cocaine addict. The desperate need for money to feed his habit motivated the murders.
Stabbed him, didn't you?
With horrifying indifference, Ross describes the killing of Fred Shapcott.
You stabbed him in the front seat, right?
Yeah.
Pulled him in the
Yeah.
back seat, right?
Yeah.
And then finished him
Yeah.
there, right? You finished
Yeah.
him in the back?
Yeah, I did.
Stabbed him again
Yeah.
and again and
Yeah.
again.
Yeah.
What'd you
40
get?
lousy bucks.
$40.
You wouldn't listen to me.
Father with kids, you killed him for $40, Eric.
Shapcott had driven Ross to the rear of a business that Ross had once worked at, a place Ross thought would be deserted. Desperate for money, Ross searches the cab.
During that period of time, our witness was making his rounds and observed that taxi cab with the light on sitting at the back of that commercial business. And we believe it was at that time that Eric Ross was in the cab.
Just tell us. Just help us out.
Ross is then questioned about the Peel Street murders.
You're not getting away with this.
He was stupid. He didn't listen to me.
Who was stupid, Eric? Who?
Seabrook, man, whatever.
So you killed him? You stabbed him?
Well, he didn't listen.
Eric Ross had been at a party on Grove Street. He left that party, he'd been smoking crack cocaine. He left that party. He walked to get some more drugs from his supplier. While en route, he passed 138 Peel Street. As he was passing, Pamela Constable and Scott Seabrook were standing near the carport of the residence.
Beautiful night, eh? How you doing? Good night. Sorry about that. Disturbing you too. Lovebirds. Listen, come find Binge Street. You think where I can go?
I think it's down. No. It's down here.
Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? Are you kidding? No, just relax. Move, relax.
Why? Just give him your
Just relax, okay? Open the door. Open the door. Hurt her. Okay, just leave her alone. Okay, just relax, okay? Anything you want. Get off there and shut up. Where's the money? Where's the money? Just leave her alone. We'll do anything you want. Just leave her alone. Get on. Listen, time up. Just leave her alone. Okay. Shut up.
I got it.
Now get onto his feet. Onto his feet. What are you doing? Shut up. You hear me? Kill her.
Ross makes Constable tie up Seabrook.
Shut up.
But the bindings are not tight enough, so Eric Ross reties them himself, creating the illusion that there are two killers. He then forces Constable into her room.
Just do it yourself.
He ties her up as well.
Get off me! What is this?
Shut up!
What do you want?
He left Pam and went to where Scott Seabrook was.
Stop it! Will you get out of there? You want? Oh my God! What are you doing to him? Just Scott! He's...
But the commotion has disturbed Ellsworth Beers.
Pam, what's going on in there? Who's that?
That's my grandfather. Please don't hurt him.
Everything's okay. Are you okay?
Everything's fine. Go back to bed.
She was subsequently sexually assaulted and then murdered. After the murder of Pam Constable, Eric Ross sat at the top of the stairs for a few minutes and indicated that he couldn't let the old man live, and he then proceeded to enter the bedroom.
There have been many cases where people who have subsequently been found innocent of charges have, for one reason or another, made false confessions. So just the very fact of the confession wasn't a roadblock to providing him with a defense.
You killed him, didn't you? Didn't you?
Yeah.
Hill argues that because of Ross's drugged state, he was susceptible to police questioning and simply told them what they wanted to hear.
Right?
Yeah.
And then you stabbed him again, and
again,
again, right?
Yeah.
After the preliminary hearing was concluded and right up to the eve of trial, we were pretty confident that the Crown could not make out a case beyond reasonable doubt showing that Eric was the culprit. And then, disaster. On the eve of trial, we were served with further disclosure that Eric's DNA had been found in the undergarments of Pam inside the house. So that was the H-bomb going off in terms of the theory of our defense.
Eric Ross stands trial.
It was like we reporters and the police and even the jury were watching some sort of real-time horror movie. Sometimes we would walk out of court after hearing a day of evidence in silence, and the toughest of crime investigators as well as the reporters all took it pretty hard sometimes. The Crown Attorney himself once wept in the hallway. This was tough stuff to listen to.
Eric Ross is found guilty of the first-degree murder of Pam Constable. Scott Seabrook, and Ellsworth Beers. He is found guilty of the second-degree murder of Fred Shapcott and attempted murder of the teenage boy and his mother. For the city of Barrie, things would never be the same.
The murder of 4 people over a weekend, 4 innocent people over a weekend, had a profound effect on the city and its citizens. If there's such a thing for a city to have a loss of innocence, that was it.
The horrible part about this case is not that they died. The horror is what they went through before they died. 4 people are dead, but what they had to endure, those moments before they died, justice can never be done. He had no problem killing. It didn't bother him. He could sit down and eat a bowl of potato chips or popcorn after he killed, with blood on his hands. This man would have killed again.
Eric Ross was the first person in Canada convicted under its dangerous offender legislation. He was sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole.